Oh, hello everyone. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Are we so excited that we're bringing the Zero to Diamond Tour live in beautiful San Antonio? Guys, we have a phenomenal lineup here for you today. My name is Alexa Caballo Hughes, and I'm your MC for the day. I'm your host. I get to work directly with Ricky at Zero to Diamond, and I can't even tell you what a pleasure it has been to serve you guys and to help you guys get to the next level in your career, wherever you guys are. So, by show of hands, how many people have been in the business for less than a year? Pretty good. There we go. 2 years, 5 years or less, 10 years or less. We're getting up there now. 15. Raise your hand with pride right there. How many years in the business? 17 years. So with this packed house, which by the way, what an incredible venue. Can we give it up to Align Mortgage? I cannot say enough about this amazing crew that came together to put this together, and we just want to give you guys so much value. We had learned so much in our last year's tour. We were in Miami, Nashville, Charleston, Connecticut, Salt Lake City. This year, we've been so far in Denver, New Jersey, just in LA in May, and now here we are in beautiful San Antonio. So are you guys ready? We're about to bring it. Let's go. All right, so none of this would have been possible without our incredible sponsor, Align Mortgage. So I want to give him a huge thank you and a huge shout out, and I actually want to invite up Chris right now. Chris, are you in the house? There he is. All right, Chris. This is Chris Cano. He's Navy veteran. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Navy! Woo! He's the managing partner and co-founder of Align Mortgage. He served in our U.S. Navy as part of the Naval Nuclear Field on board fast attack submarines. Damn, buddy. There we go. After 10 years in the Navy, he continued to serve by educating his fellow military members on their VA home loan benefits. His goal is not to convince a veteran to do one thing or another. His goal is for them to be empowered with the information. Did you want to finish reading this?
No, that's good.
Right? You sound impressive, dude.
Who wrote that?
I don't know, but you have a really, really impressive bio. Are you ready to take the stage?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all that. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Hey, somebody gave a loud woo for the Navy. Who was that? And why? We got Navy people in here? Let's go. How many veterans do we have in here? Oh my, let's go. Oh, no. I didn't mean like Realtor veterans. Some of y'all are like, man, I've been selling real estate for years. I'm a veteran. I was a United States Navy sailor. I supported and defended the Constitution of the United States of America and represented the fighting spirit of the Navy and those who gone before me to defend freedom and democracy around the world. I proudly served my country's Navy combat team with honor, courage, and commitment. I was committed to excellence and the fair treatment of all. Therefore, when my DD-214 hit my email, I wasn't done serving. I said, man, there's a lot of dudes on this submarine who don't own a house. And I realized, man, all my brothers that I'm serving under the Pacific Ocean with don't know much about investing, period. I wasn't very motivated by my supervisor's financial situations. And what I recognized early on about sailors is because they didn't know how to build wealth, they decided to re-enlist, and the next thing you know, they do 20, 30 years in the military, not only for patriotic reasons, but some of them just didn't know what they would do next. And so I took all that information. I said, I have an idea. I'm gonna buy the Paul Mitchell Schoolhouse. How many of y'all have ever got your hair cut here? Y'all, there have been people got their hair cut here. Y'all know this was a schoolhouse for cutting hair? I walked in and I said, you know what, I could see a stage. And on that stage, I think we can educate a lot of military members in Military City, USA. I said, maybe we'll let 0 to Diamond use it once or twice, come in and educate our agents. But you know what? If we're gonna call ourselves Military City USA in San Antonio, we have to know what that means, because the only thing that San Antonio leads, that's number one, is we have the most veterans that deploy that don't come back or that are incarcerated. And so whenever I asked Senator Ted Cruz, how come we call ourselves Military City USA here in the great state of Tejas in the city of San Antonio, but we have such weak information to our military members on this powerful benefit called the VA Home Loan Benefit? How do we educate our military? How can we educate our real estate agents about this powerful benefit? Explaining to real estate agents exactly how we can help those that are defending our country own a piece of it, because 85% of our military have no clue, have not used their VA home loan benefit. There's a big market out there for our veterans just waiting for a real estate agent to say, hey, what are you doing with your BAH? What does BAH stand for? Buy a house, that's right. It's easy, and our veterans don't even know this. Some of them think it stands for, buy a hot rod. They're living in base housing, telling me they live in free base housing. No, that's not free base housing at all. After an average 20-year veteran goes through their military service, they've accumulated about $750,000 of non-taxable income called BAH. However, a lot of them living in the streets. My business partner's dad living in a budget motel weekly, living off retirement, Social Security, nothing to show for his time in the United States Marine Corps. We take that very offensive at Align Mortgage. We take it personal, and yeah, we do our thing. We educate. We try to have pretty good rates. We waive lender fees, all that fun stuff, but that stuff doesn't matter. I don't care what bank, what lender, what veterans want to do for financing. All I care about is that they have a place to put up a Christmas tree, put a turkey in the oven on Thanksgiving, and have a place to call home in the country they've defended. Hoo-yah to that. So this place, it's not about Align Mortgage. This place is about educating veterans, because that's what we do all day and twice on Sundays. Hey, y'all ready for Ricky today? I had him on the podcast yesterday.
I heard it was amazing.
He was the host. Did he tell you?
No.
I went back and watched it, and I was like the guest.
I cannot wait to tune in. Sounds amazing.
I watched like hours of his content of him cold calling people.
Yeah.
And so I was studying Ricky. And so Ricky was like, hi, this is Rick Cruth. I'm calling from, back then he was with a different brokerage, right? Orange, and I'm just calling to let you know that there's no place for selling the condos right now. The last one sold for $440,000. Caller's like, let me know when it's $499. And he's like, yeah, no problem. All right. And the dude hung up. And then he was like, I didn't like the way that ended. I'm gonna call that guy back. And I'm like, how am I gonna interview this guy? But he interviewed me. It was his show. It wasn't the Chris Cano podcast.
So you had it easy then.
Oh man, he's good. I'm excited for it. I wanna just thank all of y'all. How many of y'all are just San Antonio real estate agents, so I know? All right, how many out of town are real estate agents do we have? Man,
Woo.
How many of y'all are outside of Texas in town? Oh my. Okay, we got some out of Texas agents. How many drove more than 4 hours to be here today? Wow, that's impressive. Can we give it up for those? So some of y'all that were like 10 minutes away, like, should I go? And you feel bad, kinda. All right, we're gonna have some fun today. Thank y'all for letting us be here. Thanks for letting us host. God bless y'all.
Thank you so much. Guys, honestly, we could not do it without our sponsors and our promotional partners like Chris, right? Like Ricky gives it all away for free. We're all about win-win partnerships, win-win relationships, and this is what it's all about, right? How can we help the industry? How can we change the industry? So that being said, we also have a few other sponsors we must thank. None other than Rick Garza with Bright and Early Productions. His team is running around making things happen. Like, Rick, you guys are incredible. I don't know if it's like a Ricky, Richard thing, because we have Ricky's, the main attraction, and we have Rick that's capturing it all. Then we have Richard on the live stream. You can't make this up, okay? And I'm not even kidding. My timer that now says 0, actually, was I got it from the guy named Rick at the shop. So I don't know. I haven't been to Texas, but everywhere I look, I see a Rick. So here we go. But I also wanted to thank Priority Title, Universal Insurance Service, 210 Warranty, and Wood and Thumb Inspections. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring and help making this happen here today. And don't forget, this is gonna be a packed production, but make sure you go give our sponsors some love, and they have some really cool raffles and giveaways as we move forward, okay? All right, so real quick. So as far as housekeeping updates for the day, hit me up on Instagram. Slide right into those DMs, ask any questions. So what I also want to point out is that if we didn't make it easy enough by having these amazing QR codes on the back of the chairs, look at this incredible QR code we put up here. Like this production is pretty solid. So feel free to scan that, and it's gonna have a lineup for today with all of our speakers, and you could just click the link and connect with them. We're all about helping, not only myself, but our entire lineup here today. We took time out of our businesses because we literally just love helping. Because there was someone that helped us at one point, right? It's all about paying it forward. So I ask you, before you leave here today, look to your left and look to your right and make a new friend. If you have an empty seat next to you, you have the only empty seat in the house. But make friends. We're here about building relationships, right? It's about relationships, but it's not just with the clients. It goes beyond that. Would you guys believe me if I told you that I have a relocation department? It's just from all the real estate agents that I met over my 11-year business. And I get tons of business from incoming, outgoing referrals. So always get out there, make some friends, enjoy the opportunity to network here today. And what I will say is just after Ricky's done speaking, we're gonna have such a good time hanging out here. And then later on, we're going to the Yard House, which is downtown on the Riverwalk. So I cannot wait to see you all. We're gonna have a good old time. You guys ready? All right, so I'm gonna get us started here today. I'm gonna get you guys hype for any market, okay? It's not just hype for any market, it's hype for life. Who freaking loves this business? All right, I only saw about half the hands. How many times do you wake up and you're like, why the beep am I doing this? Right? We all have those days. It's called a roller coaster. It's called this business is an incredible business, but if you're not purposeful about it, if you don't run your business will run you, okay? So I'm gonna take you through 3 steps here today. I wanna talk to you guys about how you can get hype for the life that you can create for yourself and your loved ones in this incredible career of being a real estate agent. And then I wanna help you guys understand the market so you can give expert advice. It's not about giving perfect advice. It's about giving expert advice. So I hope to bring you guys some value and share with you guys what's happening with the market there today. And then I want you guys to get hype for your clients. I want you guys to leave here today and be like, I cannot wait to go serve my clients. So that's what's gonna happen here today. So first, getting hype for the life you can live in this career. Guys, this is an incredible business. I signed up because I thought I would have no boss. Isn't that funny, right? If you're working with clients, you have about 50 bosses, right? I thought I'd be able to make my own schedule. Right? It's a good one. I promise this wasn't a comedy act, but it's like the reason why we get into the business, right? Oh, there's no ceiling to my income, but there's also no floor. They didn't tell you that one, did they? But in all reality, like I'm so grateful. When I got in the business 11 years ago, I was straight out of college. I had graduated the University of Connecticut, and I needed an internship. So what I do, I worked at my mother's front desk of a real estate business. I'm like, this is amazing. I love the hustle and the bustle. I love seeing people coming and going. But what I love so much about that experience is that my mom, she never, ever, ever gave me fish. She taught me how to fish. She taught me and empowered me. You can either be enabled or be empowered. What Ricky does and what we do at Zero to Diamond is we empower you guys so you can get out there and fish. Am I right? That's right. That's right. We want you guys to get out there and feel so good that you're like, I can do this. So anyways, I had the very best mentor you could ever imagine, my mother, who cared and loved. And that's what we want to bring to Zero to Diamond, is that same care and love that I had is what we're paying forward. Anywho, so I put my head down and I was like, I'm gonna make it. And I would see the agents coming in and out of the office, and I'm like, I love their success, but I'm not trying to sacrifice missing birthday parties, missing, your kids' soccer games. I don't have kids yet, but I have an amazing husband, Patrick. Love you, babe. I did not want my business to run me. So what I told myself was, I'm gonna put my head down and I'm gonna outwork every single person in my market. And I literally did. If you ever saw me back in the day when I used to go to a real estate office, I literally would go from like my car and I'd have to go to the office. I would run. I would literally ran. Like I was like the jogging realtor because I had so much shit to do. How many times are you driving to your appointment and you see the GPS ETA, and then you cut 3 minutes off that ETA? You're like, yeah! You're like, how many emails am I gonna return right now? I'm hype right now. So anyways, I did that rat race, right? The transactional treadmill, and I did it the right way. It was about the relationship. I was serving. But what I didn't realize was that I was serving others to the point that I was disserving myself. My incredible husband, he would get the leftovers of the leftovers of the leftovers. I would come home and I'd be like, I don't even know what happened with my day, and I'd have zero energy to even I don't even know where to start. What day is it? Have I eaten? It's 7 p.m. I haven't had breakfast, lunch, or dinner. What the heck? So here I was, I had made it. I was Realtor Magazine's 30 under 30 in the nation. I was like, wait, I made it. But then why does my life suck, right? So what I want to bring with you here today is that it took me hitting bottom. It took me when I was at the top, right? 30 under 30 the nation. I was like, that's cool. But I looked around and I was like, I have no life. What is this all for, right? I told myself I was doing this for my family and for a better future. But in the meantime, I was just not bringing my best for all aspects of my life. To the point I was crushing it so hard, I was president of my local association. I'm on the executive committee for the Connecticut Association. I was in it to win it because I believe in this industry. But at the end of the day, it's like my body gave out. My physical voice, it's pretty raspy. I like it. But for 2 years, 2 whole years, I did not have a voice. Can you imagine doing your job? I went to every doctor. I was like, what's going on? They're like, we don't really know, but we're gonna put you on a voice diet, which means you can't talk for 2 whole weeks. What? 2 weeks, no speaking as a real estate agent? I'm like, that's my moneymaker, okay? So that experience made me take a step back. It actually made me think, how am I gonna do this? And it made me, for the first time, realize I need to delegate and elevate. I cannot believe that I'm the only person that could do my job, right? Anything that I was able to outsource and leverage, I began to leverage. And through that leveraging of bringing on buyer's agents, and there's a right way to do it and a wrong way, that's a whole nother talk, but there was a way that I was able to bring leverage into my business and my life, and little by little, I started taking my life back. And now I live an incredible life. And I'll never forget when I met Ricky, and he was like, yeah, you just make 5 new friends a day. You send them a weekly email. They never forget about you. If they do, it's okay. You try your best. And then you let go of the rest. Just make friends and send out that weekly email. Who's doing a weekly email right now? That's good. I want to see more hands up. That's what I'm here to help you do. Like what I said, slide into those DMs, people. I'll review your weekly emails, whatever you need. So anyways, I'm sharing this with you because now I'm living a great quality life. Before I had an incredible database, but I was always running, trying to call my database once a month, take them to lunch, pop by their house with gifts, luncheons. That's why I had no more time left for myself, Because when you have 5,000 people in your database, how can you sustain, right? So can we give it up for Ricky having a simplified approach that actually works if you work it? And now I get to be here, and my business is so fantastic. My business is fantastic in Connecticut. That's where I'm from, by the way, Connecticut. If I haven't said that, would love to take care of any of your business in Connecticut. Happy to help. But anyways, I just want you guys to know you can live a great life. My husband and I, we just were in Key West a week, 2-3 weeks ago. Time flies. Literally almost did not work whatsoever, but my business was still working. So guys, there is hope. You can live an incredible, incredible life within this business. All right, we have to move on. I have so much to share with you guys. All right, so next big point is to understand the market and give expert advice, not perfect advice. How many times have we been scared to kind of like talk about how we feel about the market because we're like, we're not really sure. I don't want to say something and it's not right. It doesn't have to be perfect advice. It has to be advice that's backed off of fact. I hope you guys are ready to take notes. All right, so let's talk about this. Economic slowdown. That's what's happening right now. So what a lot of people are talking about is the fear of the recession. So according to the Wall Street Journal, the recession fear surge among CEOs. 3/4 of the global CEOs say we are in a recession or will be in the next 12 to 18 months, okay? So it's coming, but let's dive further so we can really understand what that means. So according to the mortgage specialist, throughout history, during a recessionary period, interest rates go up at the beginning of the recession, but in order to come out of the recession, interest rates must be lower to stimulate the economy moving forward. Historically, we've seen repeated uptick in interest rates followed by lower interest rates, okay? This is a graph of all the recessions we've had, and in the yellow, you'll actually see in the beginning of the recession where the interest rates spiked and when they dropped down towards the end. So this is very important because you guys are out there crushing it. If you guys can kind of have a little bit more knowledge to speak on and kind of know what's to come, and history does repeat itself. We don't have a crystal ball as to where we're going, but history does tend to repeat itself. So this is that same information in more of a graph, and you'll see of all the recessions, you'll see how, for example, on the right-hand side, the mortgage rates increased from 16 to 11.8 in the 1980s recession. Another example, the Great Recession from 2007 to 2009, the interest rates went from 6 to 4.9. So you see that statistically across the board, okay? Next, I want to show you is that over those past 5 recessions, the mortgage rates have fallen on an average of 1.8%. So when you look at those numbers from the peak to the trough, that was pretty much the difference there. So we'll stay tuned to see what will happen here. So the biggest thing I want you guys to take away is that recession does not equal a housing crisis. Does everyone get that? What do we say, 0 to diamond? Closings happen every day, and that has proven to be true time and time again, and that will happen this time around as well. And in fact, you can see the recession, the Great Recession, that was housing driven, right? Dead people were getting mortgages, okay? Right, I'm right? Yep, I make $1 million, okay, great, you're pre-approved. Buy the house, okay? So this is different. So let's talk a little bit more about the mortgage rates. So this is a little graph here from January of 2016 until today. This is according to Freddie Mac. You can see where we are today is about 5.7%. This is actually really cool because we have Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, Mortgage Bankers Association, and NAR. They're giving you guys a projection for Q4 of this year and the first 3 quarters of next year. And you can see at the end, it has an average of all 4s. So you can see they're all averaging about 5% is where they're kind of thinking that our interest rates will be continuing to go, okay? So I hope this is helpful. And now this is showing you the graph of the mortgage interest rates and the kind of where we're going. And it's so important that I share with you guys these different visuals, the same information in different ways, because our clients, when we're out there having these conversations, keep in mind, they all learn differently, right? So just how I showed you the graph, now this one, it all pretty much says the same, but you really want to be cognizant of how you can share it with your clients. And then again, here's our actual mortgage rates in blue, and they're projected into 2022 and to 2023. So let's give you guys a quick inventory update. All right, so this is the breakdown across the board in the nation, and then we're gonna get super granular to San Antonio. I have a really cool surprise in the end, okay? So offers received has slowed down. Offers over asking has slowed down. The sales are down just by a little bit, not by anything too crazy. Inventory's up, okay? Hey. So there's been a pickup in the inventory that we've seen recently, but it's not from a big increase in new listings, but rather a slowdown in the pace of sales. Slowdown, right? We're just taking our foot off the gas a little bit. Remember that the month supply measures the inventory of sales relative to the pace of sales. How quickly are the sales happening versus what's available? So I'm gonna get into this in a second. Has anyone ever seen this graph? I love it. So in a neutral market, when you have 6 to 7 months of inventory, that's when prices relatively stay the same. When you have less than 6 months of inventory, it's more of a seller's market where we've been. Prices tend to appreciate. When there's more than 7 months of inventory, buyer's market, prices tend to depreciate. So let me show you where we've been. So you can see here, this is 2011 until today for months inventory of home for sale. You can see in 2011, we're closer to 9 months of inventory. Look at where we're at now, about 2 months, okay? And this is actually showing you a breakdown month over month, January of this year until May. So we started January at about 1.6 months inventory. It's crawled to about 2.6 months in May. Still a seller's market, right? Still below the 6, but they're slowing down the pace. So now let's look at our existing home sales. So this is actually seasonally adjusted rate in the millions throughout the nation. So when we look at year over year, so for example, in 2021, there were 6.1 million sales. And based on the way that things are going, we're anticipated to have 5.4 million. So like Ricky says, closings are still gonna happen every day. So according to Lawrence Yoon, who's our NAR chief economist, home sales have essentially returned to the same levels we saw in 2019 prior to the pandemic after the 2 years of gangbuster performance. So again, it's a slowdown. So active inventory continues to grow, rising 21% above 1 year ago. In other words, we're adding more options. I don't know about you guys, but how great would it be to have more options for our buyers out there? Wouldn't it be great not to have to write up 20 different offers for one buyer, right? So this is a good thing, people, right? And we are the voice for the industry. So we gotta make sure when we're out there, we're not doom and gloom. When someone asks you about the market, we're freaking excited. There's so much opportunity out there, okay? So this is according to Realtor.com. Their forecasted inventory for 2022 was 0.3%, under 0.5%. Now they're forecasting inventory will be up 15%. So they've adjusted their projections based on what's happening in the market. So according to Mark Fleming, chief economist of First American, we should start to see less competition, fewer bidding wars, and therefore less upward price pressure. In fact, a simple analysis shows that a 1 month increase in the month supply results in a 3% decline in annualized home price growth. Okay, so this is all good stuff. So to bring it on back to you guys in the field, the question is always, should I buy a home right now? Should I buy? Or maybe the question is more, should I wait to buy a home? How many of us are having these questions with our clients? So our national and local headlines, they're kind of freaking people out, right? The cooling housing market enters into the great deceleration. Home prices decelerate as the housing market downshifts. Buying a home at the wrong time can backfire big time. Here's why it may pay to wait. These are all headlines. And the consumer is out there. There's so much information, but we need to bring knowledge. Let's make sense of it for them. So when we see stuff like that, we need to take it one step further, okay? Again, the decelerating of home prices does not mean depreciating of home prices. Imagine you're driving on the highway, you're going like maybe 85, never did it. And then you're like, oh shit, there's a cop. Let me pull off the gas. And you feel yourself pull back in the seat. Do we feel like that right now? It almost feels like you're stopping. We're not stopping. We're still going 65 on the highway. This is normal, right? Do you guys feel me? Does this make sense? Awesome. Yes. Okay, so real quick. So this is the home price forecast for 2022. Sorry, I realized I was sitting in front of the slide the whole time. All right, so we have mortgage bankers, we have Zelman, NAR, CoreLogic, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. All of them are averaging about an 8.5% increase in average home price for 2022. That's still really good, you guys. And now they're estimating year over year. Look at, this is according to HPS, 9.3, then a little bit more of a drop for 2023, so on and so forth. This is nothing that's doom and gloom, right? So according to Dave Ramsey, the root of the issue of what drives home pricing is always supply and demand, as we talked about earlier. So where the interest rate affects that is where the interest rates go up, guess what? There's fewer buyers. How many of our buyers had to get pre-approved, pre-qualified, and they had to change their price point or change their expectations? So the demand then does go down, so the prices are gonna soften or may not be as cray-cray. By the way, that's my name. I'm Auntie Cray-Cray to my beautiful niece Harley. So anyways, so that's what we're really seeing right now. So I hope this is resonating with you guys. So as far as single family units that are completed, so you can see from about 2009 until this year, we're still down for new construction that's being completed. So our inventory is still way down, right? So our market, inventory versus demand, we're gonna go through demand. So the huge buyers, we're looking at the peak home buying years right there, the Gen Z, the millennial generation. There's a huge amount of them, guys. The buyers are out there. We just gotta get in front of them and share with them this information. And not the information, share with them the knowledge. So according to Realtor.com, experts don't believe in the market that it's a bubble or a crash is in the cards, like the Great Recession. The nation is still suffering from a housing shortage that we just saw that has reached crisis proportions at a time when many millennials are reaching the age when they start to consider home ownership. That's likely to keep prices still on the climb. That's gonna keep prices still going high, okay? Is anyone feeling better about the housing market? Right? We feel so much better. Knowledge is power. Okay, so this is my surprise. If you're a dork like me, you're gonna love these slides, okay? So I had the pleasure of being at our NAR Capitol in DC, or NAR building in DC, and we had such a great experience. As I mentioned, I'm on the Connecticut leadership team. So they brought us in. I got to meet Bob Goldberg, our CEO, several other leaders, in addition to Lawrence Yoon, our NAR chief economist. So I'm like, Dr. Yoon, I'm like, do you have any information specific to the San Antonio market? He's like, let me get that for you. So Dr. Yoon came through for us here today. So there's a few things I really wanna show you guys. So the median price, okay? So this is going over the median price in red. So we're looking pretty good here, guys. So prices, and this is for San Antonio and New Braunfels area, okay, specifically. And so when we look at this graph, we're noting that prices continue to grow relative to last year. Gains in the last 3 years have extended the trend of positive price growth after the Great Recession. So things are still, they're looking really good for you guys. So next, this is the total equity appreciation. So based on when someone had purchased, you can see how much equity they would have. So for example, if you purchase in Q2 of 2015, the owner would likely have $147,000 of equity in their home. And if they purchase in Q1 of 2021, they'd have about $59,000 in equity. That's pretty good, guys. So next, this is a share of total employment by industry. So the share of employment, okay, so unemployment in San Antonio is actually better than our national averages, and it's on the uptick. So things are actually improving in San Antonio better than the rest of the country. So that's fantastic. And this graph actually shows where people are coming in for the industries and what type of economy is happening here. Next, I also want to share that the economy of Texas has outpaced the rest of the nation and improved modesty from last month's 6.79% change. So you guys are really doing well overall in Texas, where some states can't say as much. Next, so this is a graph of the new construction. Oh, okay, so let's see, yep. So up top, we have a graph of the new construction. You could see the 12-month sum of local housing permits, okay? And you can see the historical average is shown in the dashed red line, and then the blue line actually shows the actual local housing permits that have been pulled in your location, in your area. So what we're finding here is that there's an uptick in new construction, and then similarly below, we have the state total foreclosure rate versus the US average. The states in red and the US averages in the blue dotted line. You guys are just doing fantastic in Texas. We're actually below the national average for foreclosures. So this is all really healthy stuff. And next, the realtor price expectations. So this is a survey that was done for the next 12 months. US average is in the blue dotted line, and then red is what was actually pulled in. So realtors expect higher price growth in Texas than in the US in the next 12 months. And things are really looking up. So guys, these slides, I know I'm throwing so much at you. Your head's probably spinning, but you know what? This is not just a limited time offer. Slide right into my DMs. I can talk to you about how I can get you some of these graphs and how I can get you this really great information. Because I think if you bring it out to the marketplace, we're gonna just crush it. Do you guys feel it? Perfect. So now this is my last point. We have to get hype about our clients and our clients' opportunity to win right now, right? To be hype in any market, you gotta get hype for your clients. You gotta get excited about the opportunities that they're gonna have. Everything's gonna be okay. You're only gonna have to write 2 or 3 offers instead of 20. Yes. Think about that emotional roller coaster we've been on, people. And so before I actually conclude, I just want to share with you guys, so I am an American with Ukrainian roots. I grew up understanding how fortunate it is to live in America and to be able to pursue the American dream of home ownership, okay? I grew up, my grandfather was one of 11. Several of his family members were in the underground freedom fighters of Ukraine. They never made it out of Ukraine. He was the only one. He was in a forced labor camp in Germany, in a coal mine, World War II. Not to be all doom and gloom, but when the bombings hit, he took shelter down in the coal mines. And when the bombing stopped, the elevator was broken because there was no more power. He climbed every ring of that ladder a mile to the surface, not knowing what he was gonna find. And the Americans greeted him and said, "You're free." He came to America. He came to America and he supported our family by the swing of his hammer. That's all that he knew what to do. He's a carpenter. He supported our family by building our family's homes. He helped our family advance in the world by purchasing a piece of property when everyone thought, "Paul, you're crazy." He's like, "I just think this is what I need to do." He bought this incredible piece of property that was his dream to help support his family that my father, Andy, my uncle, Walter developed. And that property propelled my mother to get in the business, for me to get in the business, and supported our family financially. But more than that, it gave people roofs over their heads. And it makes me proud to be able to help others obtain that same American dream of home ownership, right? Don't ever think that what you're doing doesn't count. Each and every single one of you, we're out in our markets, we're literally helping people put a roof over their heads, realizing the American dream of home ownership is possible. They're able to finance for our veterans. And there's so much that we have available in America that other people don't have. A lot of people that put 60% down to purchase. Are you kidding me? 0%. Guys, We're gonna change the world. This is how you change, one relationship at a time. And we're in every corner of every community in the entire world. We're the Realtor community, 1.6 million members. We're the largest trade association in the world. We're here to change lives, people. Who the hell's ready to be hype for any market? All right, guys, that was so great. So that's it. So next up, thank you guys, thank you, honestly. It's truly a pleasure. And I hope you guys take this knowledge, pay it forward. Let's fucking crush it. Sorry. Beep. Sorry, Ricky. Sorry, Whitley and Carlin that are probably watching, his beautiful wife and daughter. Okay, so we're just getting started, people. All right, so next up, we have Candy Bowen. She is gonna be talking to you guys about next level video content creation, okay? So Candy Bowen is associate broker at EXP. She sold 50 homes her first year and over 500 homes her first 5 years in real estate. Candy has won numerous awards for real estate, such as TEAR Rookie of the Year, Realty 2.0 Top Leader Award, and Top Business Award. Broker Agent 7-Star Award, is a top producer, social media influencer, winning top Instagram influencer in Arizona, strong prominent of women in business, equal rights activist, educator, and mom. She's a Navy veteran, woo! Former law enforcement officer, and a strong, confident, successful mentor and role model. Candy Bowen has always approached real estate as a way to help and to truly make an impact. She has a unique attitude to how she approaches business. Instead of competing, she provides to realtors and clients alike more value than anyone else in order to uplift and provide opportunities for clients and to really help people get to the next level. Leading the way by always being the first to do the right thing, constantly ready to offer mentorship and advice to other realtors, constantly adding value, and being ready to put her time and money to work for the good of the community. Welcome to the stage, Candy.
Oh, okay. Let's see if this thing works. Woo woo! Hey everybody, you guys ready to learn about social media? How many? Yes. How many of you guys have a TikTok? How many of you guys post on that? Okay. How many of you guys spend hours and hours scrolling through and thinking of funny ideas that you could do but don't do it? Yeah? Do it! Do it. It'll be funny. Okay, I just wanted to show you guys something. We here at Zero to Dime wanted to make sure that we break it down to the ground for you. We're not going to just tell you how we keep luxury clients or how I keep building my social media. I want to show you how I sold 50 houses my first year, and then I used that clout because I built that reputation to start building my social media by helping others. I'm in the association. I'm RPAC. I'm a Platinum R investor. I do all of the things, so I walk the walk as well as talk the talk. Like, we do this all, and if any of you guys need any help, DM me. I will get on the phone with you, and I will walk you through how to make an Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, how to do all the stuff that I'm teaching today. So please take this in, and I will send out my slides to everybody, and we've recorded the whole thing, so we're going to have this all for everybody. So I made this TikTok when I went to a training, and the guy was telling me how to keep luxury clients. And I was like, well, how'd you get the first one? Did you go to a meeting? Did you go to a party? Was it your uncle? You know, like, tell me what it was, because if it was, I went to a charity event and I met a doctor who then I sold my first $2 million house. That's fine. I'll go join that association and get in those, get involved with more charity work. Whatever it is, tell me what it was, because I'm 5 years in now, a little bit over 5 years. I sold 560 houses so far, right? Yeah, right? Is anybody in the world going to compete with me at year 1, year 2, year 3 that are coming to these things if I tell you everything that I did? I continually innovate. That's why I can teach everything I do to everybody at the same time, because I'm the one making the trends, and you guys should be too. So the reason that I'm making the trends is because I see something funny, I do it, I put it on, and I don't care if it works or not. I thought it was funny, right? If I'm the only one that watched my TikTok 100 times, I got 100 views. So, let's go. Let's see if this plays. Do we have to do anything? No. I did something. Sir? Yeah, there's a part in here that says be transparent, so we all fall on our faces, right? So, can you make that play from there, or? Give me some music, you know what's up. All right, well, we can skip that one if it doesn't work. Yeah, we can pull out our phones, go to my TikTok, go to the fifth one in. Anyway, it's just a funny one, and if you want to follow me or whatever, I do have a lot of funny input, so I'll just skip that in the videos. Has everybody seen the movie ABC, Always Be Closing? Because if these videos don't work, that's not going to go. But so I put that on there because I changed up ABCs. We don't want to always be selling. We don't always be closing. Okay, how do you feel when you walk into a furniture shop and you just want to look around? You're not even there, but somebody's like, you're mine. And you're like, oh, shoot, I don't know if I like you or not yet. Give me a minute. So that's basically what I was just trying to say with that. Instead of always, that's a good one. Stand by. Instead of always be closing, we're going to be always be creating. You see me running around here with my video? Alexa actually pointed that out to me. She goes, it's really cool to watch what you do because we all want to make what you make, but nobody knows that you sit around and you actually record literally everything all the time. I'm constantly getting people hyped up. I want everybody to have a good time, so that's the biggest thing. Your personal brand is your reputation, and your reputation in perpetuity is the foundation of your career. Within 3 months, I was in YPN, Women's Council of Realtors, Veterans Council of Realtors. I was a young professional. I'm a woman, and I was a veteran. So none of that was disgenuine, right? All of it is stuff I already do, and all of that is millions of people that I could be friends with because we can relate. Correct? I can relate to every woman in this room. I can relate to every parent in this room, and I can relate to every realtor in this room, right? And you guys, if you don't know me, you probably think that I seem trustworthy just because of where I am standing and what I'm doing right now and how I'm speaking to you, right? So I've built that because it's consistent, it's easy for me to do, it's easy for me to teach. I didn't even study this, I just put this up. I just made the slides because it's in my brain. I'm not faking anything because how many of us have been in a relationship and in 3 months, you don't know who this damn person is, right? It's about 3 months. I've calculated it. It's happened a lot. But people try to be who you want them to be because they want you to like them. What is that? Because when your real face shows, then I'm not going to like you. If you had to fake it to begin with, right? I met Alexa in Bahamas. What, 3-4 hours we were best friends? No, instantly. But that's all we met. I decided to do a brokerage change, and I called her up, and she said, okay, good, I'm glad you decided to call me because she never shot me. She said, I'll get you on stage in 4 days. That was a couple months ago. Because they saw my value, so it's my reputation that I've built that gets me to get to do these things. So start slow. I always say, take tiny steps towards your goal and your success, and you're going to get there. You're not going to go hit a home run like Babe Ruth the day one that you hit a baseball. First, you got to figure out how to swing the bat. Right? So get out there and start doing it, and who cares if 5 people saw your video and it was stupid? Those 5 people already like you. They're your friends. It's your mom, your sister, your brother, whatever, right? They're going to call you and say, hey, I saw your video. You could do this better. So don't be scared if it's not too many people. I'm just now building my YouTube. I got 34 followers. What's up? Whatever. But, when my book comes out, I guarantee you those 100 videos I just threw up there are going to have a lot more views. Correct? Right? Because YouTube lives forever. And the longer you've been posting, even if you posted when you were not an experienced agent, if you're saying the right things and you're saying it, you're studying it, and you're not just giving bull stuff, this is the wrong place for that. I'm a veteran. I always say I'm a sailor raised by a sailor who was raised by a sailor, so there's no hope for me. All right. ABC, always be creating. Always be creating. Everything you're doing right now is a vlog. You went to an event. Did everybody in the world go to this event? Do they want to see the insider scoop from somebody who was sitting in the front row? Right? You can go make a vlog out of other people's material while you're practicing what you're doing. Go to my page, copy everything. My agents, I say, okay, do this open house one, here's the template, go do it, and we record it, and it takes like 5 seconds because I've already done it. And it's still funny because the people who are gonna follow my 22-year-old assistant is not following 42-year-old Candy. And maybe they would if we knew each other, so we cross-pollinate, we'll get there. But we need to stop competing, stop judging. Don't judge somebody because they look like a bitch. Don't judge somebody because they look grumpy. That could just be their freaking face. You know? Gosh, like let's enter into relationships with no expectation. Right? How would that change the world? Whoop, 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 right? If I didn't have to walk in a room and say, okay, am I dressed right? Does my butt look too good? Does right? Because I'm worried about offending people and I'm worried about other people taking me wrong. I stopped doing that. I looked at the mirror, I said, you look great today. And walked out the door and didn't look again because I know I look good. It was fine. I'm gonna get on stage. People don't care what I look like. They wanna hear this information, right? So the information you have in your head, if you guys have written one contract, anybody write a contract in their career? One? At least one? All right, then you can get on there and talk about how you wrote your first contract and how it took you 2 hours. Okay? If you're a 15-year guy, you can walk on there and talk about how you can write your contracts in 20 minutes now, and it used to take you 2 hours. Or you built a system that writes it for you like I did. You know? Like you just keep going. Okay. I call what we're in right now the digital revolution. Everything is changing. Everything is changing. They try to lock us in with COVID. And you know what that gave us? That gave us a little bit of time to think about what the heck is going on in this world. Right? There's things changing now. There's more women on stage. It's 50-50. 50-50. Women and men on this stage today. And we did that on purpose. Because we didn't want to just put 2 women on. Are we equal or are we equal? Huh? Yes. Okay? So it's a digital revolution. The fixed mindset people, those are the people who want to have a conforming mindset. A conforming mindset means I hang out with everybody who looks like me, who makes around the same amount of money, has the same education, talks like me, is from where I'm from. Okay, if you surround yourself only with those people, you're never going to see anybody else's hurt, pain, joy, anything. So we need to stop walking into the world with judgment, and we do it with social media. There's a lot of people who wouldn't use social media because they thought it was for the kids. Uh-oh, the smart people got a hold of it. Watch out, because now we're going to give some real stuff where I don't have to get feel gross about watching TikTok because I don't want to see that. I want to see tea poured on anybody in a white shirt. Okay? To me, that's sad. That little girl doesn't know what she's doing, right? So we need to teach them. We need to be the example, you know? I've made myself a better person now because I am an example, right? Okay, so if you feel good about something, if you see somebody's done a good job, you go tell them that and then post about it and make friends with each other. How many people, who knows what's the population of San Antonio? And I should have looked it up. Around. Anybody know around what the population of the city you live in? 1,700? 1.7 million. Okay, 1.7 million divided by 100 people in this room. You guys think you can handle about 170,000 people each? No? No? Okay, do you guys live all in the same neighborhood right next to each other? No? There's probably 6,000 houses in most subdivisions. Okay? I don't care if there's 10 agents in there. If you're the top one, you're doing good. All right? There's no need to fight. Quality versus quantity. It depends on where you are in your business, right? Right? If you're starting out, I don't care. Use a cell phone, face the screen forward, get it all digitally, whatever. It's funny, people like it, that's great. Okay, you start teaching and you start doing education things and you start being a brand, you start doing some brand things, but you never ever take out your real stuff, right? I got a little 4K camera. These are all little things that I just pick up because I see as cool. But when you start, turn your phone on and just start talking about something you did, something's funny. I grabbed a hot lockbox the other day because I live in Arizona. It's 115 degrees. And whoever was the agent put it in the damn sun on the west side of the house. Okay? I literally went and got a what do you call this? A hot mitt. And I took a video of how funny it was to open a lockbox in the summer in Arizona. You know, it's just little tiny 15-second things, easily digestible information. That's what everybody wants in this sensationalized world. Wow you, and then the sheep will follow. You know, like shock and awe. Okay, so quality versus quantity. I say at first, you want to be putting out every day. If you want to build, if somebody just said, I want to go viral, I said, okay, go put out 100 videos in 100 days, and I can predict 95% that one of those is going to go viral. If you're consistent with your message and you're consistent with the audience that you're delivering it to, it will hit, okay? And you will get 1 follower one day, and then 2 followers, and then 10, and then soon you're getting like 100. I dropped a video once and it was about divorce. It wasn't even about real estate. And I looked at that phone about an hour later and I had 90,000 views. I called my ex and I was like, hey, so I'm not taking it down, but it was a joke, okay? So, you know, this is the biggest one that people don't see, and this goes with quality versus quantity, right? The ladies in the room are going to know what I'm talking about. I'm on a different speaking event with a different person. I won't say who it is, but it's my own event. We put on once a year. And he's like, Candy, go do a video. Do a 1-minute video. Told all the speakers to do a video. Most of them are dudes. All of them had their video in before me. And they're like, hey, Candy, what's going on? I'm like, collectively, you guys took about 15 minutes to brush your teeth and do a video. Like, I had to go curl my hair, I had to put makeup on, I had to do all this stuff. So for me, it was really scary the first time I went on with no makeup and no hair. But you know what happened? The same thing that happens if I go to an open house because somebody wants to, or a showing, somebody wants to see it. I'm like, either you get me in sweatpants now, or you get me dressed in 2 hours, right? Of course, they want me in my sweatpants, and never have they gone running from me and saying, I'll never do a deal with you because you're not wearing makeup, right? So sometimes we look good and sometimes we don't, and that's what block contenting is for the ladies out there. If you don't do this every day, which I don't, right? That day that I do, I'm like, let me make 10 videos. Okay, let me get in front of my camera, I'm gonna set it up, I'm gonna sit a little time because I have the lighting all set up, I don't have to do that. So you're minimizing, so 10 times minus 1 hour each is 10 hours saved. So you start calculating your time out and say, oh, that makes sense. And then do it, use reason. Be transparent. I'm really well known for systems. My other one's are not so sexy systems, right? But I'll be transparent with that. That checklist that I made that creates everything to go flow perfectly is because I fell on my face 100,000 times and I built a checklist to make sure I didn't do it again. Okay, there's some checklists that say this has never happened, never in the face of the world, but just in case it happens again, we want to know about it prior to closing. You know, and we just check it off if it doesn't exist, and it just goes on, right? So be transparent, be funny, talk about your failures. My biggest live open house was I fell down the stairs. I left it on because I was backing up, right, to get the master bedroom. It had 2 double doors. I wanted to show it, so I was backing up, and then you just see the fall, and I'm fall like completely backwards down the stairs. Thank God there was a landing, so it was only like 6 flights, but I left it up because it was freaking funny, right? Laugh at ourselves, like let people see that you do crazy, stupid stuff, right? All right, so that's the biggest thing is be transparent because people want to know the real you. We have tired of not scratching the surface. At least the people I want to work with are. Right? I want to work with the people, and when I say work with, I work with realtors a lot now and stuff like that. How's my time? 7 minutes. Okay, good. So that when you're going for your clients, don't be closing. Don't be just listed, just sold. Let's put this in perspective. If you guys worked at, say, a fast food place and you took a selfie and you posted how proud you were of yourself every time you put pickles on there, right? Even your friends are going to stop following you. Okay? That's what I think about just listed, just sold, just listed, just sold, just sold, just sold, just sold. Great, I'm glad you're a realtor. Great, I'm glad you're doing your job. You know, you want a pat on the back? That's great, it's wonderful. Celebrate what you did for your clients instead. Say, you know what, I closed 10 deals this month and 2 of them I wasn't insured. I was like Gumby holding them together with everything that I had, and I did that. And I'm proud of that because I get to hand those keys to my clients. Those are the things people want to hear about. They don't care you sold a house and made $10,000. And what? Those damn realtors, all they do is sell houses and make all that money. Right? They don't see the struggle that we do every single transaction. On my checklist, 185 different things we do every single transaction. Okay? And you know who can see that in my world? Is my clients, because everybody was freaked out about we have to tell buyers that we make commissions, right? I didn't get that because I show them my value and they're like, well, I'm glad you're not charging me more. You know? And that's all we have to do, be transparent. We lost to Zillow because we gave them access to the MLS, and you know who we didn't give access to the MLS to? The public. So Zillow then took what we gave them and gave it to the public. And now we have a rival, right? Like, not the real estate brokerage Zillow, the advertising company Zillow. Just so you know. All right, be authentic. Do you guys all have friends, at least one? Yeah, good. So be the person that you want to be friends with online. You know, do you ever like make a friend with somebody and you try so hard to be nice to them and they're never nice back, but you keep showing them how to treat you and you keep showing them how to treat you and you keep showing them how to treat you and they don't? Dump that one. I fought forever. I had 85% male followers. And I was like, come on, ladies. Don't you want to be my friend? I'm cool, right? And you know, it was when I stopped trying to get the ladies that my ladies came. My alpha ladies came. My ladies who are they're no bullshit. They don't gossip. We don't get together and say, you know what Susie down the street did? Because we don't care. We got other stuff going on. And so when you be yourself online, that's the best thing. The people who come to you, your clients and everything like that, they already like you. They already know I say the F word all day. Okay, in my town, there's a bunch of rumors, bunch of haters. If you guys get on social media, just be ready for that, okay? Everybody wants to judge you for shit they ain't doing. All right? Period. So I get 65% of my business from Instagram. Tell me why I shouldn't say F online. Do people say that word? Yeah, they do. Especially when there's some transaction that's on fire and you're like, well, let's F it out together, client. You know, like, let's just talk about this for real because it does suck, and I want to tell you all the things that could happen, would happen, and hopefully ease your mind a little bit. But if we're real together, we could be real together like that. Like, hey, I just got a call. We have a marriage we didn't know about. This is what could happen. This is what I'm doing. This is that. And then my clients are communicated with, boom, and I make a TikTok about it and make it funny so a bunch of people can know that we need to check the box that says is the guy married or not when he's buying a house by himself. Another mistake I made, okay? All right. We are all experts. Who here has sat in an inspection? Who here has had a parent come to an inspection? Okay? Yeah. Like that'll kill a deal all day. I got 3 minutes. We're almost done. Good. So the things that you're doing when people ask me what kind of content can you be making, right? What do you, if you can't think of anything that I post because I ran out of gas because the night before I was tired and I went home. And then I didn't make it to the gas station. You know, like just the real funny stuff that realtors all know, the hashtag realtor life, follow that because that's all of us making fun of our business. And this is the next one. This is the best one, right? All right. Organic growth. No money growth. No advertisement, no fake followers, no fake comments, all that stuff, right? That comes from making friends, for real. If you never ever like and comment somebody else's things, why should they do it to you? Right? If somebody on here come and commented on 3 of my things, I noticed that, and I'll go comment back on everybody's stuff. Because I love it. You guys are my friends. I didn't get to say this at the beginning because I forgot, but before I got onto social media, I was in a terrible divorce. My ex-husband had taken my kids, all this stuff, and I went to social media, TikTok. I was like, I like all these people here. Everybody says it's cool, right? You can be yourself. And then I made a funny TikTok about COVID. I went to the paint store. I bought a paint cover, a mask, and all this, and I just did a little dance, and it was like showing houses in 2020 be like, right? Damned if I didn't get 80 views or 80 likes on that. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so then the divorce thing happened, 100,000 views, and then da-da-da-da-da. So like you go on there and you make friends with people, follow people that you like, give them love if you copy their shit because you're supposed to copy their shit, but you're also supposed to give them love at the same time, okay? Like you're not getting around the fact that you copied the girl who lives 4 doors down from you, okay? Oh, did I say that? Anyway, the ways that we do this, we collaborate with others, all right? You got a lender, you got a title company, yeah? Go make funny TikToks with them. Go make educational TikToks with them. Go inspire people with those people. If you don't want to do it by yourself, you can go have your hand held, but the best part about social media is that You can do 500 takes in a hotel room in front of the perfect light, and if you still can't get it right, guess what you do with that? We'd never talk about it again. Okay, nobody's ever seen it, it doesn't exist. There's no videos. You deleted them all. Okay? So when you're doing it, just go in there and you talk and you watch it and you critique yourself and then you get better. Don't wait for perfection. Go on TikTok and look how much is not perfect, right? So we collaborate with others. We cross-post. Okay, I'll go fast. So content, you think of one thing, right? Let's talk about a Benzer, inspection, father came, whatever. So we have a message. We want to talk about inspection and how important that is to your clients and what could mess it up, right? TikTok, they want it to be really funny. You go in there, you karate chop a dad, you take the business back, and boom, you go in, but you link it to your YouTube channel that has a long form that's talking about what exactly can happen at a Benzer, how to fight if somebody's parent comes, how to help move a conversation along if somebody's stuck on a $5 caulking on a bathtub. You know what I mean? Like there's a whole bunch of information that's on the long form that's not on the shorter forms. Instagram wants to be, the same, but a little bit longer. They want Reels right now is getting the most. Once you post a reel, share it onto your story immediately, and then share it onto your Snapchat, and then share it onto your own email address and your own phone number or whatever. Like you need to share that thing right away. Because once you do that, it's going to start building, and make friends that then will share, save, also. Share, save. Like, comment, great. That makes us feel good, right? 600 likes. I got 65 comments. It's amazing, right? Half of those are mine because I comment back on everybody's. But the shares and the shares and the saves, that is what gets the algorithm pumping. My algorithm's pumping right now because I'm on live. What's up, live? I'm not going to send this on to live. I'm going to go take it, edit it, make it smaller, blah, 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 whatever. But the algorithm really likes that I'm on live, right? They're going to start putting people to my other content right now. And the other way that you can cross-pollinate is you take your content that you're making, you cut it down, you put it onto Facebook, you put it onto Instagram, you put it onto TikTok, Twitter, Snapchat, talk about it on LinkedIn, whatever you want to do, you just take all that content and make sure it's the same message delivered in the way that platform wants to be delivered to. Facebook, that's your friends, your family, people who really know you most likely, okay? So they want to get to know you. They know what you're doing all day. They want to hear about it. They want you to write an article. If you had an article posted about you, they want you to post the whole damn article right there in the comment section, right? They want to read all of it. So that's your loved ones. If you want to go feel good, go there. But apply that to an older demographic. Apply that to your moms and grandmas and people my age in their 40s and stuff like that. But when you're trying to get the TikTok, right? Everybody's like making fun of me because I'm on TikTok, but who's going to be buying houses in a couple years? And who's going to have been their funny realtor forever? Right? Who's getting into the business who I know can change the world? 25 and under. I market to them because I want to get a hold of them. I want to love them and help them get better so they can go change the world. The mindset of the younger people is who we have to get a hold of, and we need to change our own mindsets as well. And we can do that through social media by collaborating and actually building relationships. Okay, when I said 65% of my business in 2021, that meant that I sold 100 houses off of Instagram. Okay, so this stuff is real, and it really does work, and I do not have to pay for advertising and all that stuff like that. So do it and build it, because it takes, just like your career. Did you sell 10 houses your first month? No? You might take 10 months to sell one house, right? And then your next year you did better, hopefully, because if you're still here, you're doing better every year, hopefully. Hopefully nobody's like going bankrupt and then coming back to real estate. Positive attracts positive, right? So if you're a positive person, be positive, whatever you like. You saw a flower, and you take a picture of it. Somebody that is like you is going to also love that flower. And maybe get inspired to go take a picture of a flower and share it on their page and tag you and say, hey, Candy, I saw this beautiful flower. And I share that back on my story. Like, wow, how cool is that? And then that tells all the rest of the people to do it. Okay? Somebody shares one of my things, I post it right up. Another person posts it. If I get 3 or more, I'm having about 15 people share that post because they're like, oh, shit, other people are doing it. We need to share this, right? So positive attracts positive. This is my little sneak. Take a picture of this, guys. This is everything I use in editing. Am I done? Alexa? This is the last slide. Okay, I don't want to be holding up the day. But Pro Knockout, that is a great one. That's where you get your, the first one of me, where you have the knockout. Any picture, it takes about 15 seconds, free. Okay? Insta size. If you screen record in your TikTok in the preview area, if you push the box up top, it clears out all the logos and stuff. Record in there, throw it in Insta size. You can make it any size, any platform. No logo. Okay? Splice. That is the easiest editing program I've ever used in my life, and you can do all kind of cool stuff. And at the beginning level of it is just editing out the F's, whatever. Like, you can splice, you can cut it, you can do it, whatever. Quick tip on TikTok, if you put a TikTok in, you put in the splice and you make it into one, you need to go back into TikTok and make it into more than one because that helps the algorithm as well. They want you to have clips right now for some reason. Video speed, this is really fun. I do slow-mo, fast-mo. You can see those dots? You can make as many dots as you want and speed it up and slow it down as many times as you want in the video. So I did a Christmas one of my house, and I was like fast through the hallways, but slow on the Christmas tree, right? And I did that in 15 minutes on video speed? Canva, that's where you can make all of this. You make one, and you can remake the same one, make a copy into a different size. So it'll organize it different for you. Okay? And a live collage, I use that for single posts where you're taking a picture, but you want to make it a little bit more exciting than just me always. I mean, that is me always, but all right. And then, let's see. Anybody have any questions for me at all? And if nobody says anything, I'm going to ask myself a question, so somebody better think of one. There you go. So you want to you can do that, you can share it, but that means you're not going to post it on Facebook, right? If I post my TikTok on my Instagram story, everybody knows it's not going on my TikTok or my Instagram page. So if you're going to utilize it that way, you can do that. But what I do is I take it out of I either record it on a camera in YouTube size, and then make sure to stay in the middle so you can cut it to Instagram size. So I'll take the same video and I'll use the platform itself to edit it and put the words on, because the platform itself likes you to do what you can inside the platform. Okay, so you take a TikTok, you record it, and then you take it into Insta size and change it, and then you throw it in Instagram the right size, and then you put words on it and do all of that stuff. So you can share, and that does help your algorithm for that particular platform that you shared into, if that makes sense. Like if you shared from Instagram to Facebook, it would boost your Instagram views. Do what? Right, no, Facebook would just accept it. And then, people would like it, your friends would like it, and they go over to your Instagram, so it's valuable to do that. And I do it all the time. So I'm not saying don't do it, but if you're trying to get for the particular platform, it's best not to share it in. It's better to put it in, okay?
How fast do you try to challenge yourself upon recording and upload?
Do it as fast as possible. You should see my phone. I have 17 years of content in there. Never seen again. Okay, so because I don't have a video guy. I edit everything all by myself right now. Yeah, so I would say do it immediately, because if you do it immediately, you're going to get it out there, and then it's also that fresh content that's right then and there. Nothing changed yet. The energy's still the same. You know what I mean? You still love it. You still want to do it. But if you look at it a week later, you're like, well, that was a week ago. Just like... Correct, unless it's a vlog and you're taking a week's worth of video or something like that, and then, there's another one called boards. Boards great for my problem. You can take, say you took a whole day at an event, you can take that and make it a section in boards, and you can share that with anybody, your editor, anything like that, and it separates all your photos out into your events, right? Like we do so much stuff, right, every day. So if I'm taking my kids' pictures, and then I'm going to an event, I'm going to put my kids' pictures in a board that says kids and this date, and I'm going to put the event into the board and say that date. So I have it all organized, so when I want to work on it, I can go in there and I have little jobs, right? And then eventually when I get an editor, I'm going to have so much content. So, okay. It's called Boards. It's if you go to App Store, it's black writing with a white background, and it just says Boards. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? We done?
I think there's so many questions that you should have an event in Tucson. How about September 24th? Maybe
September
like a hands-on
24th.
workshop?
Oh my gosh. So September 24th,
Right?
I didn't know we were going to say that here, but I'm going to get to put on.
It's happening.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my first event with Alexa in Tucson, and we're going to be doing workshopping, all that good stuff. If you follow me, I am doing masterminds on Zoom and stuff like that, so we're going to plug my phone into the Zoom on a separate Zoom, so you'll see me and my phone, and you'll see me edit things right as we do it. You can make TikToks immediately right there with me. I'm going to have templates for everybody, and I started this by teaching TikTok to old people.
There you go.
So I wanted to know what nobody knows. Yeah.
With that, Candy Bowen, thank you. Great job. Oh shit, oh shit. Candy, great job. Woo! All right. Candy has inspired me. We have to take action. We have to take action today. So I'm about to go do a quick story. All right, is everyone gonna stand up and get hype? Stand up and get hype for me right now. Everybody stand up and get hype. Ready? How we doing, San Antonio? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, we gotta take action. Take two. Quick selfie, then we moving on. All right, Candy. All right, guys, we are gonna keep it going. Is everyone having a good time or what? I don't know about you, but my brain's gonna explode because I just learned so much, okay? So I really urge you, this is just the top of what we're able to offer you, right? So make sure you're taking it all in, reach out to our speakers, like that is what we're here for, to support value into you guys. All right, so next up, we have Sebastiano Formica, Seb, who's gonna talk about getting microscopic with your business. So Seb is the owner and leader of the Formica Group, real estate partners right here in San Antonio. He is a retired Air Force Chief Master Surgeon and a SkillBridge advocate for transitioning veterans. Under his servant leadership, the Formica Group has produced at a high level since 2018. They have doubled in volume and size yearly since 2018. In 2020, he and his team closed 121 units totaling 36 million in production. In 2021, they served 205 clients, closing 67 million in volume. His team has been recognized as one of the Real Trends, America's Best, top 1.5% of real estate agents and teams in America for 2 years in a row. They were also recognized by the San Antonio Business Journal as one of the best in real estate teams for 2020 and 2021. He is a broker, certified ninja, consumer residential specialist, and a Gold Bar team partner. Welcome to the stage.
All right. Woo, woo. Can you guys hear me all right? So just minor correction. Formica is countertop. Formica is the group. So, guys, thank you for showing up today. I think the slides that Alexa went over this morning are a great lead-in to what I wanted to kind of touch on today to bring you guys some value, right? Like I'm here on the ground with you in San Antonio, doing the job every single day with my team of extreme professionals, and there's definitely a shift. We all know that. You saw the data, and so thank God you guys took down my picture. That's amazing. So thank you for being here. Thanks for showing up. I know you guys are fired up for Ricky, but the topic of discussion here is we're gonna get microscopic with your business, right? Like that's the topic, getting microscopic with your business. Because of that, I'm sorry to break this to you, I prepared a 120 slide presentation. And so it's gonna take me about an hour and a half to get through it. I promise you we'll get to Ricky, but no, I'm just messing with you. It's gonna take about 15 minutes. If you guys need to stand up and take a break now, I wouldn't do it because I'm gonna share some good stuff with you guys that I think will be extremely helpful. So first and foremost, when I talk about getting microscopic, I'm talking about not just knowing those details right there from a recession standpoint, interest rate standpoint. I'm talking about diving into the details and becoming a market expert in pricing, because right now that's going to be where you provide the biggest value. You see the never-ending spiral of price reduction, price reduction, price reduction. Now you have the data behind it. So I'm going to get into some things that we have been doing. For the last 2 months, I've literally flipped up the business upside down. I had several listings at the same time that the market started to transition, and I knew what was going to happen. I saw the train wreck happening, and because I pride myself in being a pricing master, the people that will take the data are usually still doing pretty good. The ones that don't are the ones that get caught in the spiral, and they end up losing value. So I'm not just looking at how we're doing our listing presentations. I'm looking at everything down to organizational structure so we could better serve people and still come out in today's market, not just yesterday's market. We did really well, right? What's tomorrow's market going to be for us, right? And how do we navigate it? So houses don't sell in 48 seconds anymore, right? Right? Like, you put a house on the market sometimes. I mean, I got Dominique over here, house perfectly priced, and you could barely get showings coming in, right? Like, yeah, there's a lot of marketing and stuff we could do, but the reality is, even if you're marketing sometimes, it's just not happening. Like, the market is brutal in different parts, and San Antonio is so big, there's so many micro markets around that every area performs a little differently. And so I think getting into the details is something that you really need to start considering. With market conditions, I think I'm not going to get too deep into it because I think Alexa did a good job practicing it or presenting it. So I'm going to skip to one of the things that's been helping me be successful with pricing and getting product to move is I stopped doing just the 3 comp CMA, right? Like, I still do it, but I flip the numbers upside down and back again. I use very analytical tools that help me provide a snapshot so I can show that kind of data to my clients during the listing presentation. So for San Antonio, I saw there were some new agents here in the crowd. If you go into the San Antonio Board of Realtors, there's tools on the bottom right-hand side, and in there you'll see InfoSpark Market Viewer. You can go in there, and that thing's amazing. You can create charts that make it really easy for your sellers to go, here's my square footage, here's the trend line, here's the price it's selling at, make the lines intersect, and then you tell me if we should price it $100,000 over asking price, right? So a lot of it is having these honest discussions. I think that's where we need to go. And I think the side-by-side comparison is important, but you need to make sure you're elevating your game, because if you don't give people the right pricing data, you're just gonna end up getting them in that spiral, and they're gonna lose a lot of equity. So that's just one key point that I think you guys could take away. Our presentation, the way I do it, so the consumer can digest it, is I start up here, right, and then I narrow it down. I go San Antonio, New Braunfels Metro, and then I go down to the zip code, I go down to the subdivision, and then I drill down to the side-by-side report. So they get an idea of what's happening. All those economic indicators for my Texas realtors in the room, log on to texasrealtors.com or texasrealestate.com and find the market viewer. There's amazing data that you could just hit a button and you get an infographic that shows you what's the absorption rate, how many active listings do we have in this area, are listings up, are closings down. All of those things are little indicators that help you, and it's all done for us for being part of the board. So in getting microscopic and giving you that information, the reason I'm bringing it up is we have access to so many tools, and we've been going 1,000,000 miles an hour for almost 2.5 years. I think it's time to sit back and elevate our buyer presentations, elevate our listing presentations, and educate ourselves. Because what's the number one question that buyers are really asking right now? Yeah, or what's the interest rate, right? And what does it mean to me? So, in the spirit of the Aligned Mortgage mission, and kind of with me being a veteran and many of you being veterans, I think it's a housing affordability problem that we're having, right? Like E6 basic allowance for housing is like $1,700 a month with dependents. 3 years ago, you could buy a really nice house for a $1,700 a month payment. And right now, that same house, if you spent $250, that same house is $192,000. Where can you find that for a growing family? So just kind of try to understand the numbers, and then just become an expert at finding resources to help people. Lean on your lenders, right? I think that's another point of becoming microscopic with your businesses. We've been going so fast, everything's 2.5%, buyers paying all the costs. They're gonna give a plane ticket to the sellers for free and special provisions with a pony, all sorts of different things, right? And now it's back to kind of running the numbers, right? So lean on your lenders and ask them to do these sessions where you could, brush up on what are prepaids, right? Why am I paying 5 months versus 3 months? How do taxes work with proration? What is a rate buy down? Like all this basic vocabulary, like we know it, but do we really know the environment and how fast the markets change based on media? Like we had somebody last week that went under contract. They had a great rate without a buy down, and then next thing you know, the news came out that they were potentially going to be increasing the rates, and it went bananas for 72 hours, right? And then we really need our rate locks. So, those things are happening every day, and I think it's going to happen more and more. So I would encourage you to, roll your sleeves up and do some extra training and help yourselves, help your clients as a fiduciary. So I'm probably going to beat a dead horse here, because I've seen some hands. How many of you guys do a weekly newsletter? All right, so I promise you, right, I'm not gonna get into social media, how to develop content, that's Candy space, right? But what I will tell you is, as a new agent starting a new career after I retired, I accidentally stumbled onto Ricky, right? Someone told me about him, and one thing in real estate is you could do everything and not be good at all those things, right? Or you could be hyper specific and be really good at one thing, and your business is gonna thrive, right? There are books written about it called The One Thing, right? We always talk about focusing on the things that are gonna help you grow your business. So the newsletter should be a primary staple. When you're going through a shift like this and you're getting, granular with your budget, look at what you're spending money on, and then look at what you should be spending money on that you may not, right? So if you don't have a newsletter, I would just take baby steps. I would encourage you guys to get the software, right? Watch some of Ricky's how to build, a constant contact or whatever. I don't care what software you use, what's the best CRM, right? The one you're gonna use. So whatever CRM speaks to you, just get there and do it. And here's why, right? We can talk about all sorts of different marketing techniques. So I'm a new agent. I'm trying to build my sphere of influence to about 50 people. Some people call that a gem. Some people call it an A-list. But let's do some math. If the majority of those numbers are sellers, this math is really true. So if you have at least 50 sellers, right, or homeowners in your database, every one of those people knows 4 people that are going to be moving during that year, right? So if you take the math and go, okay, 50 times 4, I have access to 200 referrals that I'm not sending a regular email to let them know I'm in business, right? If I convert 10% of 200 potential referrals in 1 year, how many deals is that? It's like 20 deals, right? So if you have 50, it'll be 20, right, deals. But if you go up to 200, let's just do it. Come on, let's give him a round of applause. I gotta do it. Hey, thanks. Ricky just came by in the house. I gotta throw it out there. So the goal is to have access to unlimited referrals, but yet we still don't have a newsletter set up to reach out and touch somebody and gain that number 1 and 2 mind share space. You know, who's their Pepsi and Coca-Cola realtor that, you know, they're gonna reach out to? What if they don't know you're in business, right? And I'll tell you, I love social media, I'll do it. I'm guilty of sin, Candy. I'm the guy that like, hey, just post this, we just sold all these houses, I didn't have time, right? But I'll tell you, I spend a lot of time making sure the newsletter's right, and I made a big mistake. I said, hey, all these people are seeing all these just listed, just sold. We just did a fundraiser. We just did a food donation. Everybody's seeing that. And I had 3 of the strongest connections I've ever had in my life get last minute assignments to come here, and I lost out on a potential of $35,000 in commissions. So my income was lower because I didn't take the time to scrub the data when I had it, right? I had the system set up, happened to be a friend on Facebook. I had a constant contact newsletter that was going out, and I missed out. You know, I thought they were looking at my social media and they weren't. So one thing that, you know, little takeaway for you guys, there's a couple top producing teams in the country that kind of can this, but it's pretty common sense. There's 26 letters in the alphabet, right? And there's 30 days in the month. So a lot of teams are using Facebook A to Z. If you haven't heard of that, you just basically take one day out of the month for a letter, or out of the week or day for the letter, and then you just go ahead and update and scrub your database. What happens if you find that you don't have someone's email address in your database? What do? Call them, reach out, touch them, right? Ask for it. They're probably, if you're Facebook friends, you should have their email. So pretty straightforward stuff. But I will tell you, if you can't send an email out directly and touch every single person that you know to invite them to an event, or share a new listing, or hey, this is what's going on in the market, then you're behind the game. You really need to be able to do that. And the reason for it is because by showing you're the market expert, you just gain access to a ton of referrals and possibilities to stay in front of people. And that's really the game. You can build that gradually, like Ricky says, 5 friends a day, right? If you can build 5 friends a day and put them in that database, you're just padding your stats to grow your business. So one of the other things that I've gotten microscopic with is I can literally, and this is pretty powerful because I don't stress that much, right? So the reason I don't is because I try to take things that I think are going to work for me, not take everything that works for everybody else, and I drill down and I go, man, I can do a market update. Some people call them real estate reviews. I literally set the expectation with the clients that I'm working with that I'm their realtor, I'm their real estate advisor, right? Just like they have an attorney they pay for, you know, any kind of advice that they need for legal purposes, a tax person, I'm their real estate person. So every year I go over a portfolio basically with every single one of my sellers. I try to make it a special point. If I stay on top of it, and I encourage you guys to try to do this, like just start with a basic CMA and maybe some of the basic charts that were shared with you from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac's website, and do a real estate review, talk to people. I did it for the first time in 2020, and I basically, from November 15th to almost Christmas, I had 2 consultations. Again, they were all via Zoom because we were all masked up in person and still not moving around, but that directly translated to an excessive amount of business that I tracked back to that time. And so if I need listings, I know I could go on a campaign for 30 days, 45 days, and I could go over somebody that I care about, their real estate portfolio, and what happens, right? I've even streamlined what that report looks like. It takes me 5 minutes to do it. We could talk about it at the yard house or on the side. You could ask me questions. I don't mind sharing secrets. But I could get it down to about 5 minutes to prepare for both of those sessions, and it always leads to a conversation of like, oh man, we've been meaning to call you. We're getting ready to PCS in July. Really? Tell me a little bit more about that, right? Like, so those are the little things that happen. Or they have access and know who else is moving. And I think getting granular just means like it's, real estate's a contact sport. You can't just let things go. You got to find things that work for you. And if it's working, don't let it go, right? If it's not working, then refocus your energy into the things that are working. And I think right now is a critical time for agents to do that. And so I would encourage you to do it. It'll help you be a better fiduciary, and it'll help you close more deals and grow a pretty big pipeline. So that's really all I got for you guys today. Hopefully you took some key nuggets out of there. The Facebook A to Z helps a lot of people because they can manage it, but you got a time block and treat that as an appointment for yourself. Like when you go to the doctors, it's red on your calendar, right? Like if you need to update your database and you're gonna do it once a week, take an hour and religiously just close yourself off from people and get it done. If your clients can't wait an hour for you to work on your business so you could serve them at a higher level, then you need to consider who you're working with. And you should have secret handshakes and signals for emergencies with your family members, right? Back in the day when we had beepers, you're too young for this. 911 by my mom meant go get some eggs, But anyway, guys, I look forward to hanging out with you and talk a little bit later and networking. So thank you for everyone that traveled out here from out of San Antonio. Hope you have a good day.
Way to go, Seb. Give it up for Seb. Hey, but we're going to be hanging out at the Yard House later, right? Oh, yeah. All right. Let's keep it going, guys. Is everyone having so much value? That's what I'm talking about. So we're going to keep it coming to you. So next, we have a phenomenal speaker, Felicia Beltran. Dress up and show up, being in it for the long haul, okay? Recession-proof your business. Felicia is a 16-year veteran and top-producing agent who has built her empire as a fierce, no-nonsense, get-it-done Latina boss. Ooh, ooh. From the start of her career, she gained attention as Rookie of the Year, earning $100,000 her first year in real estate, and continued successfully through the recession. Within the first 5 years, she's earned over $1 million in gross commissions, giving her the prestigious RE/MAX Hall of Fame award. To add to her impressive resume, she's been named Salesperson of the Year, Top 250 Latino Agent, Top 100 America's Best Agent, Residential Broker of the Year, all while raising her children Isaiah, Diego, Xavier, Desiree, and stepson Raymond, and now grandma to baby Isla, who's so beautiful. She is a powerful role model, influencer, and mentor to many, including myself. I love you. Her passion is paying forward her success to empower other women to chase their dreams and shatter society's limiting ideas that women can't have it all. With that, Felicia.
How you doing, San Antonio? Y'all ready for some more good content? I know you're tired. I know you've been sitting there for a minute, so I want you to really engage and listen. My name is Felicia Beltran. I reside in Pueblo, Colorado, but I have deep roots here in San Antonio. My dad is a retired Command Sergeant Major who was stationed at Fort Sam Houston, so I lived here in San Antonio in Valley Forge, went to middle school here, and then I was getting ready to go to Madison High School, and then, of course, what happens? We moved on to the next duty station. So I love San Antonio. My grandparents are from here. I learned to drive here, and so I tell those people in Colorado, if you don't like it, you can go talk to them, because in Texas, they don't care. So I grew up military, and so I can tell you that I am very passionate about home ownership. To have a home, to have one space, to stay in the same place, it was a big deal in my life. You know, I was constantly the new girl, and so I had to learn to reinvent myself. Sound familiar? It's kind of like real estate, right? So I was in Colorado. I went there in 1991. I was a freshman in high school, which is probably the worst time to ever move to a new school as a girl. And I did the smart thing. I looked for the most popular, cool chick I could find, and I was like, let's be best friends. We ended up putting our parents in a parent trap, and they eventually married, and they're still married to this day, so that all worked out. But I moved to Pueblo. I got integrated. I met a ton of people. And then when I graduated, I immediately got married and had 2 kids. That was very short-lived. I ended up in a pretty, sad situation. I was a single mom. I had 2 little boys. I was bankrupt. I went through foreclosure. And I just hit a really hard time. Coincidentally, that happened to be the same time as 9/11. And on the day of 9/11, my dad happened to be at the Pentagon. If you know anybody who lived through that time and was in those areas, you know that cell service was just completely knocked out. And it was out for a good while. So while I was in the deepest, darkest place in my life, I really had that time to reflect, waiting for my dad to call and let me know whether, that he was okay. And meanwhile, I'm watching the media and the frenzy going on there. And it gave me a newfound perspective that maybe, even though all these things were happening in my life, that I could pull through and I can do what has always been in my heart, and that's to make my dad proud. So when I got the phone call that evening that he was okay, it gave me this overwhelming sense of relief. And I said, you know what, from now on, I'm not gonna sit any self-pity. I'm gonna pull my bootstraps up. I'm gonna do what I set out to do, and that's to be a success for my family. So I ended up I graduated college after it took me 6 years with the little boys, and I was getting ready to take a Fortune 500 job. And as life would have it, you make a plan and you think that you're right there, and then what happened? I fell in love again. So I marry a Pueblo native, and we get married and we have another child. So that's 3 children for me, and I'm 27 years old. He had a son, I had 2, and then we had another one. So 4 kids, 1 family income. That's tough to do. You can cut corners, you can cut coupons, you can do everything that you can think of to keep things afloat, but sometimes it's just not enough. I told him, I said, I'm willing to help out. I have my degree. I haven't done anything with it, and I've got all these student loans to show for it. So we need to figure it out. He tells me, well, you've always wanted to come into real estate. Maybe you should try that. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know anything about it. Like, I just don't know, and we don't have the money for the school. And we're sitting there, and I put in all the information online to do the schooling, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't press the button. I couldn't impose that financial burden on my family. And so I just kind of sat there, like a deer in headlights. He literally took my hand and pressed the enter button and said, you can do this. So I give all thanks and glory to Dave for getting me to this point. I came into the business in 2006, at the end of 2006. And to be honest, I kind of hit the ground running. I remember I was at my first open house in the middle of a blizzard, and I thought, what the heck am I doing here, But when you're green and you're hungry and you got money and kids to feed, you do what you have to do. So I was sitting there, and you know what? I was amazed. 2 different couples came through to that open house, and one of them actually wrote in an offer. And obviously, when you're brand new, and I know there's a lot of newbies here, you are like, okay, great. Somebody wants to buy a house. Now what? And I messed up the contract. I didn't understand what seller concessions was, but it was a learning moment for me. From that point on, I just kept rolling. I kept rolling. I kept doing the open houses. The phone would ring. I would jump. I would go wherever I needed to go. I would leave the dinner table. I built a foundation for my business from the ground up. And I was the rookie of the year, and I had made over $100,000 my first year in real estate. Then 2008 happened. And it was weird because I think back on it now, and I had no idea what a recession was. I barely understood the elements and the basics of real estate. Yes, I was being successful, but it's only because I put the time and the energy into, going to people who knew more than me and asking the right questions. That's where I succeeded, as I never jumped into this business thinking that I knew everything and that I could do it all on my own. I always seeked out people that I was like, oh, wow, she's doing this. Let me go ask some questions, And I made myself vulnerable. That's important to do when you're first getting into real estate, because there's so many people who just do it alone and then they make messes. So I 2008 came, and I just really didn't understand what a recession is. And I know that there's probably a lot of you that do not. And the R word is scary, and people keep spewing this word now. Every time you turn around, somebody's like, well, what's going on? Do you think the bottom's gonna fall out? Is the bubble gonna pop, right? These are phrases that people use, and to be honest, there are a lot of scare tactics. So let's talk about recession. A recession it's a contraction. It is a business cycle. So you have to remind yourself of that. It's a business cycle where there's a contraction of the markets. Recession happens for all different reasons. It can happen because of financial crisis. It can happen because of these economic bubbles that are created. It can happen because of natural disaster. There's numerous reasons why recessions happen. But what I want you to keep in mind when people say this word and they scare you out of this business is that it's a cycle. Cycle in, cycle out. And there's a lot of things that I learned during the recession that really made my business what it is today. And I want to take the time to explain these things to you. So, I had to adjust and adapt like I've always done in my life. I had to learn how to do short sales. I had to understand the basics of REO foreclosures. Whether these will come back or not, I don't know. But what I'm telling you is that you have the opportunity to expand your skill set and to make you a more well-versed agent. One of the things I would recommend you do is go rent the movie, download it on Netflix, The Big Short. If you've not watched that movie, you should, because then you can understand why people have this scary feeling about the recession. But you can also look at it and say, well, that's okay, because you know what? I'm a great agent, and I'm going to put the time into it. This is an opportunity for you to sharpen your skills. And if you're a brand new agent, you got nothing to lose. Real estate is a revolving door. People cycle in and they cycle out. Really, it's a matter of the strong will survive in any market. Okay? And I know that because I've seen them come and I've seen them go. And then I'm like, wait, what happened to that person? You have to dedicate the time into making things work. And there's four elements of a recession. So there's recovery, there's expansion, there's an oversupply, and then there's a recession. We go in, we go out, nothing will ever change. But what will change is the faces in this room. The people who don't put the time into, defining who they are as an agent, they're not going to be here. You have to let people know what your value proposition is. And you have to communicate that message, whether it be, like Candy through social media, or me, I'm a big relational person. My sphere, I'm like the mayor of my town. Ask Alexa. She comes to my town, everybody knows who I am. I nurture, I follow up with those relationships, and I would encourage you to figure out what your best medium is to getting close to the people that send you business. All you have to do is analyze. Sebastian was talking about, divulging into your business and just seeing where you are. It's a matter of evaluating where you've been and where you're going, and then figuring out a roadmap to do so. Which brings me to my next point. You need to get up. I know people think that means get up in the morning and, put your nice clothes on and get your realtor hat and do all those things. But what I'm telling you is that it's more than that. It's about being woke. You guys ever hear that term? Get woke. You've got an opportunity here. I'm going to tell you 6 months, because things are going to change in the next 12 to 18 months. And if you don't take the time to evaluate your business and figure out what your message is and how you're going to communicate that to the people around you, you're going to lose out on the business. You've got to see things, in the future. You have to look at the indicators. So get woke. Take a minute to look at where you are in your business. Take a minute to be introspective and figure out where you're failing. It's okay to not do it right all the time. But if you don't recognize that, you have absolutely no opportunity to improve. So get woke. But you do have to get up. You have to get up every day like you have no buyers and you have no sellers. If you wake up every day in this business, and I tell people it's not easy to do. How many industries do you know that get up every day? Maybe I'll collect a paycheck. Which brings me to my next point. show up. Be intentional in your business. It's kind of like going to the gym, guys. You can put the outfit on. You can put the cute ponytail and the nice little hat, and you can have the earbuds, and you can strut around the gym, and you can sit on the weight bench, and you know what I mean? You can pretend to be there. A lot of people in this business do that. But baby, you're not going to get results. And at the end of the month, when the one deal you thought you had lined up and was, in the bank falls through, because that's how shit happens, where are you going to be then? Your pipeline, you should never, never, never count your commission checks before they're deposited. I never do that. I never do the math. I never bank on that check. Every day I wake up like I have no buyers and no sellers. You guys have to show up in a different way. You have to be intentional about your business. You have to get serious about it. And you have to know that if you do the work, you're going to see the results, right? You can't skip leg day. I'm just telling you, I've seen it over and over again. You guys are in the prime opportunity in this market. It doesn't matter whether you're in San Antonio, Texas, or Pueblo, Colorado. This is the time where we ramp up, we elevate, And if we do that, we're going to inspire, our other agents around us to just be their best selves. This is a collaborative effort. Find some people that you align with. Get a mastermind going. Hell, create some competitions, There are things that you can do that will inspire not just yourself, but other people. I mean, I've been in this business for 16 years. It's so hard. I mean, we all have those days where it's like, what the hell am I doing here? And am I going to succeed? Look for the opportunities to make everybody know that you're the resource in your community. If you do that and you attend charity events and you just talk to people, just make sure that you do what you're supposed to do. Let people know that you're in real estate. It's not really rocket science, but everybody makes it so complicated. Do the work, show up, commit. In any market, I promise you, you will be successful. And you'll be here for the duration. And when everybody else falls out, you're going to be thanking your lucky stars that you did the work. Thank you, guys. My name is Felicia Beltran. I'm here for any questions.
Yes, Felicia. Felicia.
They call us Felexa.
Felexa. Good job, honey. Amazing. Let's keep the vibe going, guys. Let's keep the vibe going. All right. So next up, we are going to actually bring to the stage Jonathan Mateer from Red X is in the house. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Mateer, and I'm with Red X, and I'm really excited to be here today. Thank you guys for having us. Now, while I'm here, I want to keep it simple. I want to explain to each and every one of you how you can list in between 3 to 5 homes every single month through consistent lead generation, right? Now, consistent lead generation. For the past 20 years, Red X has been helping real estate agents develop a duplicatable process that you can put into gear to really get out there and crush your listing goals. Now, the way we do this is getting you all of the hard-to-find cell phone numbers for sellers in your market and also providing you with the neighbors in your community. I want to explain a few special products that we're going to be showcasing today. So I put a flyer out underneath your chairs. You guys may see it close by. And I want to explain exactly how we work. Every single morning by 7 a.m., we're filtering in all of your expireds, cancels, and withdrawals from your top areas that you work in your MLS. Now, what you guys could expect when you get the data, you're going to get the names of every single owner, the cell phone numbers that match up to each of those owners, and of course, we're running them through the do not call registry. We're tracking all of the statuses against your MLS. So if a property lists or sells, it's immediately removed out of the system. Now guys, 75% of the time when you're first to communicate with an expired, you end up at the kitchen table getting the listing. It's a lot more about timing than you think. Now Red X is taking it further. We're not just giving you the cell phone information, we're not just providing you the property details. We're providing you 95% of the emails for every single expired that you get, And we're also providing you financial insights for the homeowner, lifestyle insights, what are they into, housing market insights. Guys, we're taking it to another level because this is gonna give you the competitive advantage when you're lead generating, of course, competing against other agents out there. We're also gonna be showcasing Geo Leads Plus. We all know listings have babies, and it's really important to make sure we're circle prospecting around every listing that we put on the market. Any open house that we have, any new or sold listing, our Geo Leads Plus program is your one-stop shop for all of your circle prospecting needs. We're giving you guys 7,500 monthly searches, 7,500. Your business is your database, right? Your database could only be as strong as your business is. And we wanna make sure you guys have the strongest database out there. Now, all of these leads for your expireds, for your neighbors, they're funneling into a multi-line dialer that's gonna be doing all of the heavy lifting for you. Have any of you guys used the dialer? These things are awesome, right? It's doing all of the work. We're calling up to 3 numbers at one time. If you get a voicemail, we have a professional voicemail that's dropped right away. And if they're not on the phone, it just gets to the next phone number. So it's doing all of the thinking for you. Now, I was telling you guys a little earlier, our average agent is doing around 3 to 5 deals a month. If you put in the work, you're definitely gonna get the results. 5 new friends every single day. RedX wants to help you be a big part of that. Now, I wanna give you guys a special that we're offering while I'm here today. I talked about Expired Plus, I talked about Geo Leads, and the multi-line dialer. Normally, this is $390 a month. I'm gonna give everyone who signs up today a 50% discount. So $195 for every single agent on their first month who takes advantage today. Now, if you do not wanna do the Expired Plus and the Geo Leads Plus and the multi-line dialer, as long as you accumulate 3 products on this form, we're gonna give you the 50% discount. We want to empower you throughout the year to really get out there and crush your real estate goals. And RedX, I'll be right in the back to answer any questions that you guys have. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Amazing. All right, we're gonna keep it rolling. So next up we have Keith Lucas. All right. So Keith is a 22-year veteran and multi-award winner realtor, former broker owner of brokerages in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. Right on that Florida-Georgia line, right? He is past member of the Southwest Florida Realtor Governance and past chairman of the largest MLS in Southwest Florida. He has been a real estate coach, trainer, and speaker for over 15 years, and an author on how to leverage your videos into your real estate business. He's a digital creator, coaches the largest and only 100% free YouTube group, and is a host of the most popular video series in South Carolina. Welcome to the stage. Woo woo!
Thank you. Oh, hold on, Alexa, come back up here.
What?
Come on up here.
What'd I do?
You know, I have an Alexa at home.
Oh.
Okay.
But I'm the original, okay? So.
You know, Alexa, turn on the lights. No. Alexa, turn on the music. No. Alexa, do something. No. Constant. But this Alexa, who's got some energy left in them? Who's got some noise in them right now? Get up, hand it to Miss Alexa. This Miss Alexa works so hard to put this event together and does an awesome job.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Okay, well, I got some bad news. Candy told you everything I was going to say, so have a good night. I'll see you later. No, we're going to talk about YouTube. Actually, the deconstruction of YouTube. Okay, YouTube needs to be deconstructed for all of you, and you probably don't know what that really means right now, but what I'm going to do, well, envision this. Envision a building being totally imploded, destructed, and today I'm going to show you how to rebuild that building, okay? How to bring it back up. So we're going to just take a look at a couple numbers real fast. YouTube is not, first of all, a social media platform, okay? It's a lead generation. Actually, it's a relationship generation platform. That's exactly what it is. There are over 1 billion views per day, get your head around that, per day on YouTube, okay? Think about this. You get a text. Hey, why don't you come over and watch Netflix and chill? What if you got that same text saying, hey, Go over on YouTube and chill. I'd be like, no way, okay? No way. 1 million views, well, 1 billion, excuse me, 1 billion views. And those views, if you look at them and convert those into actual days, you know, have over 40 million days. Get your head around that, 40 million days. Convert that into years, you got over 100,000 years. It is moving literally faster than time itself. That's how many eyeballs are on YouTube every single day. All right? But there's a problem with that because there are millions of creators out there as well. Maybe some of you. Anybody here have a YouTube channel? Raise your hand. Okay, great. What is the number one thing that you think that tells you your channel or your videos are doing well? Just shout it out. Come on. What? I heard watch time. What else? Yeah. Okay, from all the folks that have been polled recently, the number one thing that they base their success on are the number of views. And that, my friends, is absolutely incorrect. If you're doing that, if you're after views, if you're impressed by people who have 100,000 views, 1 million views, okay, you're totally misplaced in what you're thinking about when it comes to YouTube. So what is important? I heard that before, your click-through rate, your CTR. Okay, what's your CTR based on? Your CTR is based on a couple of different things, but two very, very important things. Because you have 3 seconds, if that, to catch someone's attention when they're on YouTube scrolling through, or when it comes up in the browse section, or when it comes up in the suggested section, or when it just shows up in an ad, because your videos can show up in an ad as well. So your thumbnail is probably key. That is number one. And then you have to have a title. But the title, believe it or not, is not really tied to your thumbnail. You're basically getting them to stop and look at what your thumbnail says, but it's your title that's going to bring them in because they're doing one thing on YouTube. Has anybody here ever gone to Facebook to look up a recipe, how to change a tire, how to do anything like that? Where do you go? You go to YouTube, exactly. So what they want to know is your video going to give us the answer for what we are asking? That's your title. That's how you get the click-through rates, okay? It is that simple. The average view duration, okay? I didn't hear anybody out here say that. Watch time is important, but it's not the same thing as your average view duration, okay? Your average view duration is the length of time that they will actually stay on your video. And if they're not staying on your video at least 40% of the time, your video, I can tell you right now, is not relevant, okay? It's not what you sold them through your thumbnail or through your title, okay? And that's a problem. The algorithm will then start, well, pulling back on all those impressions that they already have been giving you, okay? They're not going to show it in the browser. They're not going to show it in suggested. They're saying to themselves, well, this video sucks, okay? So that's ultra important. And folks, doing this and doing it right, this shit sucks, I have to tell you. Okay, I'm being totally honest with you. You can see this, blood, sweat, tears that go into it. It stops most people before they even get going. Okay, they think about it. Some people I know even go out and get this fancy equipment. They spend thousands of dollars. They sit down and try to do it, and they're like, damn, this ain't for me. I'm going door knocking again, okay? It's tough. And how tough is it? Well, you have to do a number of different things just to get started, okay? And you don't need a lot of fancy equipment. You've got 50% of the equipment in your hand right now. You're probably looking at it right now instead of looking up here on the stage, okay? It's in your hands. It's your phone. That's 50%, okay? But once you get past that point, you have to start really thinking about your video, your storyboarding. You have to figure out how to shoot it, where you're going to shoot it. Is it a vlog? Is it a talking head? What about your lighting? What about your shooting from different angles? All these different things have to be taken into consideration. And then you actually have to shoot it. Write a script perhaps? Sure, that's part of storyboarding. Then you have to edit it. Candy was kind enough to show you some of those editing suites before, but those really don't work for YouTube. You really need to do more editing on your PC or desktop when you're doing that. But then you have to optimize it. And how do you optimize? Well, you have to really, well, we're going to get into that in a minute. I'll just leave you hanging there. But you see at the bottom here, video does suck. And what I'm going to do is share with you a recent conversation that I had with someone that I'm working with on their YouTube videos, okay? And this just happened the other day. So,
hey everyone, I wanted to introduce you to Shannon. Shannon has just lived through starting a brand new channel and getting out her first few videos. Shannon, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, actually, it's our pleasure. And, you know, we've talked about this before, but I wanted to share this with the audience right now. Please come and tell us in your own words, your own honesty, what was it like starting your new channel and getting going with your first videos?
Honestly, it was horrible. It was really difficult. I was overwhelmed by just setting up my channel. There was so much to do. It was so technical. There were so many things to think about. I would watch tons of videos on what I was supposed to be doing, and then they would contradict each other. And honestly, I think I cried more than once. I don't know how many times I cried. You know, my husband referred to me as always being in my hole because I was constantly in my office in front of the computer trying to figure things out. And when I finally got my channel set up, then I had to write scripts, and that was equally as difficult. It was frustrating, and I wasn't sure what people would want to know about, and I had to do a lot of research, and that took hours. Then when I finally recorded some videos, I had to get used to the equipment that I was using and how I didn't like the way I looked on camera and that I sounded nasally, and get just over my own ego, and that was really stinky. So yeah, it was pretty gosh darn bad.
Okay, well, probably some of you have experienced the same thing here, but let's take a look at the other side of things.
You know, let's look at the other side of things. Your channel is new. You've got 4 or 5 videos out now.
I do.
Do you think it was worth it? Is it worth it? Tell us where you're at right now.
Got 4 videos out right now.
Absolutely, I think it was worth it. So one of my videos is only 4 days old, and it's already ranking on the first page of Google. I think I was number 8 or 9. So yeah, it's been really fantastic. I have been able to see some success, even though I am a new channel. And then it's been very beneficial as far as my past customers have seen that when I send them out in my newsletters, and I've been able to utilize it that way as well. So it's actually just been an extremely great tool to have as a realtor. I think it makes me look a little more professional and like I'm really out there doing the proper advertising, the things that need to be done to be successful at my job.
Shannon, thanks so much for sharing all that with us. I know the struggles, but I also know the reward and how fulfilling that can be when you start to see those results, when you start to get phone calls. Keep up the great work, and I look forward to hearing about all your great successes in the near future.
Thank you.
So that's Miss Shannon right there. You could see the struggle she went through, but the rewards on the other side. And if I do this video right here, I think it's going to play by itself. It should, but she has 4 videos out. She's worked 1 month in doing this. She now is ranked number 9 for, right up here, Venice, Florida real estate. Who would love to be ranked on the first page of YouTube and or Google, because it pushes us there, for San Antonio real estate? Put your hand up. Anybody want to do that? Okay. You could do it in 4 videos. Now, here's a little update. Here she is right here, coming up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom, there she is, right there. You can see it was 4 days ago, actually. I took this clip just a couple days ago. So, what do you do, right? How do you do it? Let me see if I can get to the next one. It's really simple. You actually reverse engineer the whole process, okay? You don't wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to go make a video about the 5 things I love about San Antonio. Well, you could do that, but your views, yeah, you're going to probably look at those, get disappointed. You're going to look at the click-through rate. You're going to look at the average duration time, and you're going to get disappointed. So what you really need to do is work it backwards, okay? You have to start with a couple of different tools and systems. TubeBuddy. You need TubeBuddy. You need keywords everywhere. And you need something really extra special too. It's called CoSchedule. Okay, TubeBuddy, it's going to help you find rankings of videos that are similar to that. Keywords are going to give you those keywords that are being searched in all of YouTube. CoSchedule is writing a better headline. It'll actually score your title for you. So you take a combination of all 3 of those. Once you get done, you're going to optimize. Okay, you have to create your optimized title and then your thumbnail. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I did actually. And that is what's going to get people from scrolling to stop and watch your video. Then you just have to shoot it, edit, post your video. It's really kind of simple at that point. Once it's optimized, people will stop and they will watch it. But, and this is a huge but, huge. If you're not delivering them what your promise in your thumbnail and your title are, and you're not being consistent and you're not relevant to what they're looking for, they're going away, okay? It's kind of like Jeopardy, okay? You're trying to guess the search, the answer that you're creating the question for. Who is searching for real estate in San Antonio? That's what you're looking for. Once you do that, once you become consistent in doing it, it's your IAA, your ideal audience avatar will, believe it or not, start rising up above you, okay? It'll just appear right there, out of nowhere. People come to me and say, I have a niche. My niche is selling beach homes. I'm like, that's not a niche. That's a segment. That's a market segment. What a niche is when you're doing those videos on beaches, on beachfront homes, and all of a sudden you start to see people that are looking for second homes. And then you start making more videos that talk to those people who are looking for second homes at the beach. And you wouldn't believe how many people are out there looking for second homes at the beach. It could be investors that actually start rising up that you track through your videos. That's your niche, okay? Don't confuse that with a market segment, okay? That's the difference, and that's where the gold is. And just by the way, after I got done talking to Shannon, she got back to me and said, guess what? I just had a buyer call me. They want new construction. They saw my video, and she put $20,000, well, it's not in the bank yet, but it's on its way. She signed the deal for him, okay? That's how well it can work when it's done correctly. Listen to what they say. Here's a tip. Listen to what they say in the comments. Answer them immediately. This may sound creepy, but go find them on social media and friend them, okay? Be friends with them because they're going to be like, hey, wow, this guy, this girl, she's on video all the time and they want to be friends with me. Do it. It cements the relationship. It's called parasocial. They think they know you, they like you. That's what makes this whole thing so great. But you don't know them. They think they know you. Power tip number 2, put this snippet at the end of your channel. It doesn't have to be a custom channel, it could be any channel at all. If you put this there, this will happen, okay? Put it everywhere. Put it in your signatures, on your email, put it in your text if you could do that. Post it everywhere you can on your website, everywhere. If you put this in there, question mark, sub, underscore, confirmation equals 1, this will happen when they click on that link. Okay, you've just increased your chance of getting them to subscribe to your channel by 50%. They didn't have that chance before, but now they do. Okay? Pardon? You had it right at the end of your URL, your channel URL, okay? I have a free YouTube coaching class, okay? There it is right there, up on the screen. Come and join it. We talk about all kinds of different things. We'll be doing lives coming up. It's packed with information. I'm always posting stuff in there and getting the conversations going. I will teach you what you need to know to become successful with your YouTube channel, okay? And there's something I like to do, okay? I like to actually give you guys something. If you'd like to, you can get my book for free if you go to, what is it? YouTubeforrealestatebosses.com. YouTubeforrealestatebosses.com. And there you'll get my book on how I make $60 a minute doing videos. If y'all want to make $60 a minute, it's simple. There's 3 easy steps in there, okay? You can go there, sign up, download it. Last thing I'm going to leave you with, I think I went over by like 100 minutes, but in any case, last thing I want to leave you with is I need some help too, okay? And what I'd like to do is interview some of you folks because I'm starting a new project, okay? And this project has never been done before anywhere. What it is I am going to select 3 people. Even if they're all within the same area of San Antonio, it doesn't make a difference. And you folks at home that are watching on YouTube or wherever you happen to be watching, you can do this as well. I'm going to select 3 people, but I have to interview you first. So, what I will do is I will come to your town. I will spend 3 days with you. I will film video with you. I will show you how to do it one-on-one personally at no cost. It's on my dime. Okay, I want to help you that much be successful with your YouTube channels, with your videos, and creating yet another stream of income for your business. So if you'd like to do that, same URL, YouTubeforrealestatebosses.com, sign up there, make sure your phone number's in there, and I will get a hold of you. And Alexa, please come to the stage.
Thank you. Way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Ask and you shall receive. Rock on, people. Next up, we are going to have a great panel. This is going to be our impact panel, the impact that Zero Dime has had on us. So we have our fine volunteers bringing up our chairs to set the stage. While we do that, I'm going to introduce Stephanie Hungerford. She's from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas area. Woo! Yeah! Woo! Damn! All right, she's a certified Zero to Diamond coach in her 7th year of real estate, has always had a passion to serve others and loves what she does. She is dually licensed in Texas and Colorado, wife and mama too. Come on up. Woo! Next, we have Rachel Worrell. She's an agent from Panama City Beach and 30A, Florida. I'm like, 30A, let's go. She's an icon agent, and this is her 4th year of real estate. She's a badass cold caller and huge support towards other agents. And yes, she is also a certified coach and mentor with Zero to Diamond. Welcome, Rachel. And as you can see, there's an empty seat. Do we have a volunteer? Detone, that's your cue. We have a special guest, Detone Rucker. He met Ricky in 2017 and was actually a part of the first 100 Zero to Diamonders. Oh my goodness. He's been a realtor for 9 years, and he and his wife, Thea Rucker, have been investors for over 10 years. They also run their team in Louisiana and the great state of Texas. So guys, I'm so excited. We're gonna pass the mic, pass it on down to Stephanie. All right, so Stephanie, tell us a little bit about yourself and how Zero Diamond has impacted your business.
Okay, so I am actually licensed in Texas and Colorado, and I work from Texas mostly, but I do 50% of my business in Colorado, so that's pretty amazing. I love helping people, and Zero to Diamond has just totally changed my business with my mindset and just making it simple so that I can actually get the day-to-day things done and be successful with my business. So
I love that.
yeah.
So what part of the Zero Diamond program do you think has really just propelled you to the next level?
I think simplifying the strategies that, making the calls, connecting with people, relationships over transactions, and just creating a mindset that the business will come if you just do the work. And I absolutely love that I can serve my people, agents, and homeowners into being a better person, because that's really what I love doing. So.
Love it. And as a certified coach and mentor with Zero to Diamond, is there like a top takeaway you would like to share with our audience?
So I've, thus far, I think helped coach over 25 agents. My goal is 50 this year, so if anyone wants any help this year, let me know. I think just connecting with people and really helping them through their struggles one-on-one has been just helpful for me, because when you teach, you also learn. So I think it's just been very helpful to connect with people, kind of get referrals all over the United States. I usually just teach people in Texas, but it's been a lot of fun, and I don't know, I absolutely love it. So
You're amazing. Give it up for Stephanie.
Woo! Good job.
All right, Rachel, tell us a little bit about yourself and how Zero to Diamond has impacted your business.
What's up, guys? Hey, so I'm super excited to get the opportunity to come up here. So like all of you, I found Ricky, and it saved me actually from his coaching, and everything he's taught me has basically saved me from failing out of this business. I got started in real estate. It's a long story, but I'll say that I found his coaching right when it was like do or die. It was make or break. I was either gonna have to, start selling or go back to a 9-to-5. And when I found him, and I'm sure probably like a lot of you, he was the only one saying, all you have to do is work hard and have good intentions and don't give up. And if you do that, you can make it in this business. And, and I was searching on YouTube for everything, Tom Ferry, like Kevin Ward, all of these, and it was all objection handlers, go for the close, get the signatures. And I'm like, whew, so I was searching for anything to give me the path. And, Ricky, he tells us exactly what he's done to get to where he's at. It's no secrets. There's no bullshit. You know what I mean? And he'll tell you what to say, how to say it, how to handle people. And I have completely implemented everything that he said to do. And this is my 4th year in the business, and it has completely changed my life, changed my family's life. And on that note, just being a Zero to Diamond coach, I mean, getting to work with someone like Stephanie, who she just, pours her heart out to her coaching students, and it's kind of like our way of being able to give back just a little bit of what Ricky gave to us.
Yeah. That is freaking beautiful. Round of applause. What a beautiful community, right? What an incredibly beautiful community, and it's just so heartwarming. And honestly, that's what Z2D does. It brings us all together, and it elevates all of us, right? A rising tide raises all ships, and that's why it's such a pleasure to coach other agents alongside you too. And truly, really, reach out to these guys. Last but not least, our special guest that apparently was one of the first 100. Tony, take it away.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, thank Ricky for inviting me to come in and everything. I do things different. I'm gonna be honest, I do things different. I can't sit down. I'm all over the place. So, shout out to Ricky, him and his wife. We're family for real. I met Rick back in 5 years ago, and he's literally like my brother, like serious, like no joke, no fluff, no nothing. He's literally like my brother. I pick the phone up, call him, I go through things, especially like when the market shifted. We making all this money, deals coming through. We had 40, 50 pre-approvals before COVID had hit. Nothing. So I had to go change my mindset. Well, my mindset was already been good, but we had to reinvent the business. So basically what I do is, Rick teach you about finding homeowners, they're great and all that, great prospect and all that. That's true. So I had to dive deeper. So what I do a lot of off-market deals. All your money is off-market and commercial. That's where your money at. Traditional real estate, we still do it. Yes, we do it. But we have a construction company too. So basically what we're doing is, I'm gonna give you an example. We made $20,000 about a week and a half ago off a wholesale deal. I wholesaled the deal to my client. We doing the work on there. I'm gonna make another $30,000, $40,000 off of it. Then I'm gonna double back and list the property and make another $7,000 off of it. So basically, that's my niche where I'm going. And we just got a contract for 329 units multifamily to rehab it. So you already know what those numbers gonna look like.
Dang.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Rick is a good guy. I knew he was crazy when he was out kite surfing. He told me, I'm going kite surfing, I'm gonna call you back. I'm looking up, he over the ocean. I said, man, this dude is crazy. But I love him. At the same time too though, but to be honest with you, we as realtors, we gotta change our whole mindset. We on a hustle and bustle every day grind on the hamster wheel, that's fine. Don't get me wrong, that's fine. But we also gotta be an ownership for our own family. While we running around because clients and everything, and it's happened to me, and it happened not too long ago. You'll get them approved and everything, they disappear. Don't answer the phone, you know how it go, they disappear. So I'm like, okay, so the last 5 years, me and my wife, we purchased over 5 properties, but I should be at a pace to where I should be buying 5, 10 properties a month. I ain't trying to just be 80 and 90 years old realtor running them down the road. So I'm going to build our generation through multifamily, through buying subdivisions, and doing private big contracts and everything. So if y'all have any questions, y'all can call me at 225-329-8379. That's 225-329-8375, the Rucker Group. Rick gave me 3 minutes.
And with that, thank you so much to our panel. Great job, guys. Way to go. Do you want to take your chair with you? Thank you. Who loves our Zero to Diamond community? Who's out there on our new ZeroToDiamond.com site? Right? It's incredible. 60-day program, totally free, step by step. You've met some of our certified coaches and mentors. We're here to help. All these stories are possible. The plan works if you work it, right? That's what I'm talking about. Plus, Zero to Diamond's actually a social media channel. Did you know that? It's a platform where you can connect, grow, share referrals, post what you're doing, get some hype in there, right? It's our accountability. So, all right, moving on to our next speaker. So next up, we have Michael Pellegrino. He is a son, a husband, a brother, an uncle, and a father to 2 little fur babies. He's a 27-year police officer who retired to carry out his purpose in life. Michael is not only a realtor, he's a skilled real estate investor. His portfolio includes commercial and residential. He and his wife own an advertising, marketing, and event company at the Jersey Shore. He is also a motivational speaker, life coach who helps individuals build and create wealth through flipping and rentals of both commercial and residential. He and his wife are founders of Resilient Minds on the Front Lines, which teaches people how to win your mindset and helps you change your mindset to win the game of life. Be safe, be healthy, be resilient. Welcome to the stage, Michael.
Hey, everybody, how's everybody doing in San Antonio? Everybody good? Come on, San Antonio, I want to hear you. We got Ricky Carruth up next. Come on now, who's better than that? All right. And I am so honored to share the stages with so many great people that were before me, and then Ricky after me. I am humbled. I stand here today just in awe because of where my life has taken me. And that's what I want to talk to you a little bit about today. I want to talk to you about life. L-I-F-E.
Do you want the mic?
I will tell you this. It's coming to a theater near you. It is. It's just a matter about how you handle it. For me, I know for me, as a 25-year police officer, I carried a pretty heavy bag. I carried this bag all around with me. I stuck everybody else's problems in it. Kind of forgot about my own. Didn't realize how many problems I had, how many traumas I had, how much I really realized that. Then what I had to do is I had to figure out, okay, how do I take this and make a positive out of it? Because what do our minds want to go to? The negative. We are 95% negative in our lives. Why is that? We go right to the negative. I'm going to ask you this question. I want to challenge you with this. How many realtors' retirement parties have you been to? Is that funny? Not too many, right? I've never been to one. When I retired from the police department, I felt like there was a lot of different bags that I carried for other people. And it was hard to put them bags down because we're all helpers. We want to be those helpers, whether it's family, whether it's people, whatever it may be. And they get heavy, and we put more things in them. And I'm sorry if I'm talking about anybody in this room. I'm not. I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about how life can just bring you down and weigh you down. Because again, whatever situation you're going through, somebody else has been there. And I want to tell you this. Until I realized one thing, that it's okay not to be okay, then what I realized was this, and just this. I can put all these bags down. And now what I can do is not only help people, but I can help them carry their bag by rolling it. You think this is a little bit easier? A lot easier. So for me, now, I put all my bags down and I just roll it through the airport. Because to me, that's the most important thing. I know Alexa said this earlier. Her mom taught her how to fish. That's important. And what I want each and every one of you to know today is how to win. How to win right here. Because I'm going to take you on a little journey right now. As a police officer, I was married. I am married. My wife comes home. She has a wonderful job. And we had a nice little savings. We had just gotten done going out and taking a course in Las Vegas on how to flip properties. Because that's what I wanted to do. That was my exit plan in life. That's what I wanted to learn how to do. I did it for a period of time, but I wasn't doing it the right way. And I realized I wasn't doing it the right way. So I did like everybody else. I put the school on a credit card. $75,000, I think it was something like that. 3 weeks later, she loses her 6-digit job. I got a $75,000 credit card, and now it's time to take this training and really put all of it in. I'm all in at this point. So what do? I go and take another $50,000 credit card, take a cash advance on that, and a $35,000 credit card, take a cash advance on that. Now we still have a little bit of money in the bank, but I don't want to touch my savings. So what do? What do we do? We go buy a rental property. We go buy an investment property. I think it was $49,000 we paid for that first rental, for that first investment property. Did the $35,000 with the rehab. I think if we sold it for $169. Paid off all 3 credit cards. But I did that with a 0%, 12-month credit card. Just flipping them around. Think I had a little bit of fear? A lot of fear. We are controlled by fear. That's all we do is think. We should be doing all these things. When Ricky comes up, he's going to be talking about cold calls. We say that we should do all these things. We should. We should go to the gym. We should be making cold calls. We should be doing all this stuff. You know what happens when you should? You should all over yourself. Exactly. Now, for me, I'm at the Jersey Shore. I live at the Jersey Shore. And in Jersey, if anybody knows anything about Jersey, is we don't pump our gas in New Jersey. We pump our fists. And that's what we're going to do when Ricky comes up next. But more importantly, I want to tell you, I want to explain to you that we live right here. We live in our head. Everything is controlled by our minds. Our minds are like video recorders. They stop, they play, they fast forward, they rewind. They do all that stuff. How do we take control of our minds? Can anybody in here tell me what fear tastes, what fear feels like? What's it feel like? Narrow? Okay. Paralyzing? How about if you took fear out of your life? How about if you took fear out of your life? What would happen? I want to talk about your legacy right now. I want to talk about the dash. The dash. Your headstone's going to have a birth date and a death date. Is that the most important 2 numbers on there? Yeah, they're important. However, what's the most important part of that? The dash. The dash in between, because now you're going to be able to write your legacy. To write your legacy now. What do you want in your life? What are your goals? What are your dreams? What are your aspirations? I love this quote. Dreams without goals are just dreams. We can sit there and we can talk about things all day long. We can talk about a meeting, to have a meeting, to talk about the next meeting. But life doesn't happen until you do one thing. You take action. You change that stinking thinking. You understand that to get to that next level, you have to get out of your mind. You have to do something you've never done before. That's important to remember. Because so many times we run that hamster wheel. We spiral. We spiral down. How do we stop ourselves from spiraling? What do we need to do? We need some tools in our toolbox to understand that. For me, it's gratitude. And I challenge each and every one of you right now, because I'm going to ask at the end here what was said. I challenge each and every one of you to take out your cell phone right now. Send a text to somebody who means something in your life. And just tell them you were thinking about them or her and that you love them. Send that text message. Because I want to find out, and I hope my theory's right, what that person writes back. I want to see what happens. Because what are they going to think? What do you think they're going to go to? What's wrong? I can almost guarantee you that's going to be the text message. But why? Why don't we let people know that we appreciate them? Before I even get out of bed in the morning, I think and I write down 3 gratitudes. What am I grateful for? What do I need in my life? Where do I want to go? What do I want to do? How do I want to be? How do I want to be when somebody's reading my eulogy? What do I want to say? What do I want them to say? And that's important to understand. Because why do we wait till somebody dies to tell them we love them? To make amends. To do all those things. Because we don't know. We're not guaranteed the next minute. We're not guaranteed the next second. So why not take the parking brakes off and live your life like you want to live it? Whatever it may be. Whether it's finance, whether it's family. I will tell you this, there's 2 things in life you can't buy. What are them 2 things? Time is one. Love, okay. There's another thing. You can't buy health. You can't buy time and you can't buy health. We don't know. We need to understand, we need to create new neural pathways in our brain to understand that. Because already, what do we want to do? We want to go right to the negative. Because that's what our brain knows. Our brain only knows one thing, right to the negative. Why can't we have what we want? Tony Robbins said it the best. He's my mentor. He said, where focus goes, energy flows. You focus on something long enough, you can have it. You can do all that stuff. You can be that person. I can't just sit here and tell you and give you a magic pill and put a magical elixir over you and say that you're going to be resilient or you're going to be all these things that that you want to be. You have to go out and create that. Create a life that you want to live. And I want you to know, I want you to understand one thing. Is I want you to walk out of here today thinking of this one thing. What your PFE is in life. Some are going to say, what's PFE? What is your purpose for existence? Anybody who has purpose in life will find meaning. Meaning, accomplishments, positive emotion, relationships. These are the things that we all yearn for in life. These are the things that give us that mindset. I can tell you, it's tough. It's tough because we walk out these doors and we're going to say, okay, life's going to happen. But that's not the problem. That's only 1% of the problem. What's the other 99%? How we handle it. How we handle it. We could go right to Timbuktu. That's where our minds want to go. But when we implement just a couple things in our lives, and I'm going to give you a tool right now. For me, it's gratitude. That works for me. We also have a thing called ABC plus D&E. You have an activating event. It's how your behavior happens next that will give you the consequence. Activating event, behavior. Okay, what's the most important thing out of them ABCs? The B, how our brain perceives it. How do we win? How do we win? We can all be victims in here. We can all feel sorry for ourselves. We're not getting the deals. Everybody else has got what we don't have. How do we attain that? Nobody ever gave me anything. Nobody gave us anything. They gave us love. They showed us, but it was up to us to take that and do something with it. So what I want each and every one of you to understand today is the most important person in this room has got to be you. You got to understand that in your heart, to be self-aware. When you are self-aware, things will happen. Life will change. I'm not just standing up here and saying words to you. When you create new neural pathways in your brain, new habits, what happens? What happens? Things start to change. If we do something over and over again and expect a different result, what is that? Insanity. Why would I do that? That's insane. If I want something and I'm going to do the same thing over and over again, is that going to happen? No. I need to create those new neural pathways, them new habits in my life to understand, okay, I want to be this. This is what I want. For me, it's about being significant. Success is about me. Significance is about everyone. That's why I love what Ricky's doing. He's given you the tools that he learned for free. Education for free. I had to pay a lot of money for some of my education. I'm still paying for it now. But more importantly, what I want you to understand is anybody can have whatever they want. Just know what your purpose is. Know what that meaning in life is. Take that and run with it. There is a reason why when we're driving our car that the front windshield is a lot bigger than that little mirror that looks so that we can see where we're going. That mirror is very important. I'm not going to say to forget about that mirror. But what I want you to do is I want you to look through that front windshield. I want you to drive that car. Now, we need to look in that rearview mirror, and we need to look at our past. And it's important to look at our past so we don't repeat it. We don't make those same mistakes. In life, we do not win and lose. We don't. I'm going to tell you that right now. We should be living and learning. We live and learn. We don't win and lose. I failed over and over again. And Michael Jordan said it's the best. He has failed over and over again. That's why he succeeded. Greatest basketball player, in my opinion, of all time. Understanding that success, that personal success, that life success is important. It's very, very important. But it's also important to you and to your family to be where your feet are. To be there for them. How many times have we forgotten about that? We take advantage of that. Our job, we got to keep on going and going and going. And I think Alexa said this. We go 100 miles an hour. We're looking for that next big check or whatever. But that comes with a cost. What can you do in your life to create more time, financial freedom, and to be able to do the things that you want and that you're passionate about? That's what you need to think of. For me, it was real estate. But then I realized real quickly that during a pandemic, as we were buying, selling, and doing all that stuff, and we got 30 some doors right now, And that's, that's all good, and that's all good. But the most important part of having those doors is it gives me the financial freedom to be here right now. Gives me the opportunity to go around and help people change their mindset. Because when you change this, I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, everything in your life changes. Everything in your life changes. Remember that. We change right here. We go to the gym and we work out from the neck down. How many times do we go to the gym and work from the neck up? We don't do it. We get so caught up in that. Oh, we got to do legs today. We got to do arms today. How do we control right here? What controls our body? Our mind, our brain, our lizard, puppy, and frontal cortex. Our lizard is about 400 pieces of information, or 400 million pieces of information. By the time it gets to our frontal cortex, it's about 40 pieces of information. We want to live in our frontal cortex. We want to be the best people in the world that we can possibly be. And how do we do that? How do we get to that next level? For me, I know what it is. It's giving and growing. When I'm doing those two things, I feel alive. I feel alive. Giving and growing. For other people, it may be something else. For our families, that's what the most important thing. I'll be totally transparent. We couldn't have children in our lives. But for us, we have 10 nieces and nephews, and that's the most important part of our lives. It's all about them. It's all about others. John Maxwell said it best, when you find your why, you find your way. You find your why in your life, you find your way. When you find that, don't let it go. Don't let it go. Live for that every day, because you're going to ask yourself, because times are going to get tough. Remember, I said LIFE is coming to a theater near you. If it's not there already, or if it's not knocking on your door, whether it's death, sickness, a job loss, whatever it may be, it's what you do with that. It's how you handle it. It's how you get to that next level. Understanding that. We look around this room today, and I look at each and every one of you, and each and every one of you have a goal in life. I know that. I can see it. You're sitting here. You're trying to get that information. You're trying to get that next piece. And you heard unbelievable speakers in here talk about that. Take something. Take them pieces of information and run with it. Go do what you want to do. Because we can't predict tomorrow. We can't predict anything. But what I can tell you this, when you get to that other side, I promise you this. I promise you this. That is incredible. It's incredible when you get to the other side and you realize how much of effect that you can change people's lives just by changing your mind. You change your mind, I promise you, you will change your life. How many got that text message back? What did it say? That was going to be my other response. But she said, "Oh my God, you've been on my mind. Let's go for drinks later." How great is that? Reconnecting with somebody. That's exactly what Ricky's talking about. Reconnecting with 5 people. Just send them a text message. Hey, I was thinking about you today. That's all you got to say. You know what they're probably going to say? Oh, I was thinking about you too. Or, what's wrong? Because we want to go right to the negative all the time. All right. My name is Michael Pellegrino. I just want to thank you for giving me the time and being able to present to you. Everybody, I want you to get together and understand how important this next guy is, Ricky Carruth. And I know Alexa is going to come and introduce him, but he is an unbelievable person, friend, and all that other good stuff. So thank you very much. Any questions? I'll be in the back.
Way to go, Michael. Dang. Now that is a mindset to win, am I right? So I don't know about you guys, but today's lineup has been lit, right? Are we almost ready for Ricky to come out? Yep. So for the man that needs no introduction, welcome to the stage, Ricky Carruth.
Is there a mic up there?
Oh, yeah, take this.
What's up, San Antonio? How we doing? Hey, how about the speakers today? Right? Just point after point after point after point. I didn't even see anybody go to the bathroom. Did anybody go to the bathroom? There was no bathroom breaks. Everybody was glued in, right? Now, let's thank Alina Mortgage for this incredible venue that they let us use for free. They let us use this facility for free, right? So I want to give a big shout out to them. Thank you guys so much. And also the sponsors in the back. They also threw in this to make this happen, right? They're the reason why we have a live stream going and all these other things. So definitely support our sponsors, right? Big shout out to Alexa, who puts all my events together. She works extremely hard each Zero to Diamond event. We're going to Phoenix next. We're going to Orlando, Gulf Shores. Next year, we're going to do 4 really big ones in big cities. Also want to give shout out to my biggest fans, my wife and daughter, Carlin and Whitley. They go everywhere with me. My daughter's 2.5. She's been to Disney 4 times. She's been to LA, Manhattan, skiing in the mountains, Puerto Rico, Miami, Connecticut, Salt Lake. I can't even tell you every place she's been because I don't even remember. She's only 2.5, so we'll see what happens. She may be, oh no, she's gonna be the next greatest thing. My wife thinks she's a prodigy, that's for sure. Oh man, listen, I'm so happy to be here, bro. So happy to be here. So let me just start with trying to gauge here, because I can imagine that you guys came here today because you want to become that next better version of yourself, right? You're looking for that golden nugget, right? That one little piece you can take away and take back to your business. If you're new, you're probably looking for a way to just get to that first sale. If you're an experienced agent, you're probably trying to say, okay, how do I get from 150 to 500? How do I get from 350 to 1 million? If you're a team leader, if you're a broker owner, you're probably trying to figure out, how do I bring the most value to my agents, right? How do I expand my brokerage, my organization, right? And so, I mean, basically, when it all comes down to it, I think that, and you guys, let's just get a show of hands. How many people here know what they need to be doing? Okay, now keep your hands up. Keep your hands up, okay? Now keep your hands up if you know what you need to be doing, but you're not doing it. Okay. Bingo. That's the problem right there. We know what we need to be doing. This stuff's not rocket science. The problem is we're not executing. That's it. Execution's the game. The secrets and the strategies and the nuggets, they're everywhere. Take your pick. Everything works. But what are you going to execute on? You know what you need to do. In my mind, okay, and the people who have dominated and will continue to dominate, not only this industry, but every industry, are the progressive thinkers who execute. Progressive thinkers who execute. Now, a progressive thinker is one who looks at everything that all the successful people around them have done and how they got there. And they take that data. And then they take the data of what's worked for them. Right? And they take all that data and they say, okay, where do I want to be in 5 years from now? Where do I want to be in 5 years? What do I want my life to look like in 5 years from now? And then they take all that data and they say, okay, here's my daily routine. Here's my weekly routine. I can visualize this weekly routine getting me where I want to be in 5 years. That's what a progressive thinker does. He's thinking ahead, not about this year. I want to do that this year. I don't care what you want to do this year. I need to know what you want to happen in 5 years, what you're doing now, so that I can help you restructure your daily and weekly routine around that. That's what a real mentor does. So take a second. Let's take one moment. Let's all close our eyes. I want you guys to visualize your perfect life in 5 years. The exact life that you want, the exact business that you want, your family life, your relationships in and with outside your family, where you live, what you're doing, how much money you make. What is that perfect life in 5 years? This is what we need to be thinking about. Think about it for a second longer. Visualize yourself in 5 years. Now open your eyes. Now, what I want you to ask yourself is what you're doing day to day lining up with what you want to happen in 5 years? That's the question that we need to answer before we can even go any further here. I don't know what I want to do in 5 years. That's step one, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be a progressive thinker who executes, because we got a game plan, right? So if what you're doing day to day, if you're lost, if your weekly and daily routine, you're like, I don't know where this is taking me, you need to restructure your daily and weekly routine. And if you don't know what that looks like, you need a mentor that can help you put that together. Because you need to be able to visualize how you're going to get from point A to point B. That's just the end of the story. Make some noise. I'm going to tell you a story about Bob. Bob's a real person, by the way. He's a hero to me in the real estate world, right? So this is a guy I looked up to for a long time and went to him about all kinds of things. So when I went to my last brokerage in 2010, Bob was there. He had his own big office, okay? Worked every single day. He was in that office. A wealth of knowledge. He was in his late 70s. He'd been in the game for 40 years. He moved from a different area and had been there for 10 years or so. And I would go into his office frequently. He saw me as, he was proud, right? He saw me as this up-and-coming guy. Because at the time, I was literally making $150,000 a year or something. It wasn't like I was on fire yet, right? This was early days. And he was just amazing. You could go in there and feel comfortable talking to him about anything. Your deals, your problems, what the market's going to do, strategies, how to talk to people. And he's just somebody that we really adore. One day, we got the news. He's going to die. Right? And it hit us really hard, you know. Bob's going to die. And we thought, man, you know, that's tough. The next day, after I hear that, I come into the office, and I walk through the hallway, and there's Bob in his office, calling expireds and for sale by owners. The next day, I think, what's going on here? The next day I come to the office, I don't say anything to him the first day. The next day, there he is again. I'm thinking, what's the deal? Right? If I heard I was dying soon, I would be doing all that bucket list stuff, spending time with my family, right? Hanging out with my loved ones, going on vacations, whatever I wanted to do before I died, I would be doing that, not calling expireds. But that's what Bob was doing. And I couldn't wrap my head around it. And me and my broker at the time were still very close. Even closer then, of course. Walk into his office all the time and talk to him. And I said, Patrick, what's the deal with Bob? He closed the door and he said, he's trying to work as hard as he can, to make as much money as he can, to leave his wife when he passes. Right? And it hit me like a ton of bricks that this man is literally going to make phone calls and call expireds and for sale by owners till the day he dies. And I thought, that's not how I want to live my life. So he made calls all the way until 3 days before he passes away, where he was too sick to get out of bed. He passed away. And he passed away an incredibly amazing, giving, loving person who I have the utmost respect for, especially for what he did in his last few days, because he just wanted to leave something behind for his wife. Wow. But my question is that what you want? To have to call expireds and for sale by owners until the day that you die? The problem, looking back on it, was that he wasn't a progressive thinker. He wasn't thinking 5 years out. This is what I want my life to look like. This is what my routine needs to be. He wasn't building a brand. He wasn't accumulating relationships like I'm trying to teach you guys to do. He was a great salesperson. When you're in sales, you go sell something. After that sale, what do you have to do? Go back and sell again and again and again and again until the day you die. However, if you're in the accumulation business, if you're in the personal branding business, if you're in the relationship business, if you're a marketer, and you understand the best of both worlds of let me be a great salesperson and give the best service, but also never let this person ever forget who I am, regardless if they buy or sell or not, and build my database to the point that I don't have to make calls anymore. See, it's a communication game and an accumulation game. Write that down. It's communication and accumulation. That's the secret. Because if you can articulate who you are as a person, that you care about people, and they feel that in the first few words that you say to them, that skill takes years to develop, by the way. A lot of people make calls for 1 month or 2 days or a couple weeks, and they're like, this ain't working. Dude, it took me 15 years to dial this in. Get back on there. Oh, well, I'm going to go buy leads. Fine, I don't care what you do. Go talk to people. Doesn't matter how you do it. I'm trying to show you a better way, but go find your own way. I had to learn everything the hard way. But once I learned it, that was it. I'm the kind of person, as soon as you teach me something one time, you will never have to tell me that again. I got it. Accumulation and communication. What I'm trying to teach you, what I'm trying to show you, not only through my words and my content and what I'm trying to convey to you guys today, but also through example. I made 100,000 calls, built my database to the point that I was making $1 million by 2017, and then what? I never made another call ever again, and I still made the $1 million every year. See, there's light at the end of the tunnel with this stuff. I'm not telling you to go make calls till you die. I'm telling you that there's no other way to build your business other than to talk to people, and that you better be accumulate. Since you're talking to them, you're spending the time talking to them, why not create the relationship for the rest of your life with them and be their agent forever with as many people as you can, and have systems around your communication. Systems around speed and agility. Systems around accumulation and marketing and the back end where no one ever forgets who you are. Let's see how loud you guys can get for 1 second. Please. That's not loud enough. Listen. I don't want to show of hands, but just to yourself, how many of you, every once in a while, maybe you're going through it right now, feel frustrated, disappointed, down, lack of confidence? Maybe you're not good enough, self-doubt. A lot of us. And if we're not now, we will tomorrow. It's called being human. And what I want you to know is, with all transparency, I go through it all the time. I have high highs where I'm on top of the world, wow, 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 and then something happens, or there's something, right? Maybe I'm burnt out, maybe this happened, maybe somebody was mad, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I didn't hit my goals when I wanted to hit them. I don't know. But something will happen, and I'll start to backtrack and say, wow, am I good enough? And now I'm got lack of confidence. Now I'm not as confident. Now I'm tiptoeing. Now I'm doubting myself. We all go through that. I don't care who you are or what you say. We all go through the same exact cycles. There's no way around it. So this is what I want you to do. Since it's human nature and it's something that happens, and as a new agent, it's worse. Because you come in on a high. I'm excited. I got my license. I'm going to make $1 million. This is an unlimited potential. I'm my own boss now. I can do what I want to do. I can set my own hours. I'm going to go crush it. And then they're on this high, and then what happens? A couple weeks later, frustration. Mountain of knowledge you can't learn in a day. Then, a couple months later, no sales, working their ass off, disappointment. Every agent goes through the same thing. Then you say, okay, wait a minute, this is harder than I thought, okay. But everybody else is doing it, so I know I can do it. I'm going to make it happen. So then you come back on a high. But it's not as high as the first high, because you know what's around the corner. And then you go through frustration and disappointment again. It looks like, your first year looks like this. Woo! And then you start to balance out year 2. But then when you hit 150 and you plateau out on your income, and you can't hit 350 the next year, you start to say, am I not good enough? Why can't I do this? It's the human nature of an ambitious person. If you're here today, I would imagine you're a very ambitious person. You're trying to figure out what that next best version of yourself is. So my question is if we're always trying to be that next best version of ourselves, then is what we're actually telling ourselves is that our current version is not good enough, that we got to be the next best version, or we're not gonna proceed forward with our goals and our dreams? No. See, this is a dangerous game to play, but we can't help it. We're going to go through this, right? And I go through it constantly. As you guys can imagine, I'm always trying to get better. So it comes a point, well, what about me? Tomorrow, Ricky's going to be great, but yesterday, I'm better than yesterday's Ricky. Let me be great for a second, Rick. This is what I want you to do when you hit these points. Number 1, message me and tell me about it. Shoot me a message on Instagram. Has anybody here ever messaged me on Instagram and not got an answer? Because I answer every single message myself. It's an assistant doing that. No. I want you to message me and say, here's what I'm going through, man. I'm going to say, cool, well, this is what I think. That's what's going to happen. But here's the second thing I want you to do. I want you to take a step back and take a deep breath and think about everything you got to be grateful for. I think, man, look at my family. Man, look at our life. Man, look at our businesses. Look at our house. Look at our cars. We still got our parents, our child. I got you guys. I think about you guys all the time, and I think, man, thank you. And now I'm feeling better about myself, and my confidence starts to come up, and now I feel on top of the world again, like I can go out and accomplish anything. We all have something to be grateful for. I was doing a Zoom call with a brokerage earlier this week in Arkansas. It was about 18 agents. I did my thing, and afterwards, I was doing Q&A, and the broker of the company said, well, Ricky, he's from Arkansas. What do you do when you got a new agent and they're not making calls like they should? They know what they need to do, they ain't doing it. What do you do, Ricky? That's exactly how he said it. How do you motivate them types of, and listen, before he finished his question, my mouth was already opening, and I replied before he finished the question, and I said, tell him to get a job for 2 reasons. One, he might not be cut out for real estate, and he's probably going to need that job. But number 2, when he starts to look at the differences in making calls versus making hamburgers, making calls versus making coffee, making calls versus making beds, cutting grass, roofing houses. Do you guys understand how good you have it? You sit in an air-conditioned room, okay? You sit right here in an air-conditioned room, and you do this. You move your fingers a little bit, right? And then with the dialers and stuff, you don't even do this anymore. You're not even using your bicep. You put in an earpiece, and you just do this. You're just working this muscle and these muscles, right? See this muscle? See how big it's getting? That's the muscle right there you're working, and then this muscle right here. That's it. That's all you do. And you call people in your market, and you say, hey, how you doing? I'd love to get to know you. What's going on with you? How are you? What's going on in your life in terms of real estate? What can I do to help you there, if anything? If nothing, listen, I'd love to stay in touch with you. Laugh, joke, cry. That's your job. And you're complaining? And you want to go make hamburgers? Or roof houses? Or be a janitor? You better be grateful for what you got. You better be grateful that you're in real estate. You better be grateful that you're in this industry. This is the name an occupation that's better than this in the world. There's not one. Ladies and gentlemen, this occupation has withstood everything. And it's going to continue to. Why? Because people need us to help them through the transactions. They can't do it. I don't care what Redfin says. They can't do it on their own. Listen, I can take it a step further. There's countries with no MLS. Can you imagine trying to do your job with no MLS? A lot of you have like this really weird look on your face right now, like this blank stare, like, what? I can't even compute that. Yeah. Over there, the seller picks 8 agents or 10 or 5 or 20 agents to list their property, and whoever finds the buyer first wins. How would you feel if every listing you were fighting against the other agents to go find the buyer? You're going to lose the whole deal. It's the opposite here. We list a property, put on MLS, and then what do you guys do? Oh, go to sleep. You go right to bed. You close your eyes, and you make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. See, over here, real estate is mailbox money. Over there, you got to work for it or you don't get it. Can you imagine every listing you get, you got to go find the buyer or you don't get the deal? You better appreciate the fact that you're here where you are with the opportunity in this country. Now, believe it or not, I'm just getting warmed up here. You guys ready for this? Okay. I want to cover 3 things. 1, my view on the current market. Maybe you can take this with you to better educate your clients, give you a different perspective, what's happening, where we're going, and how to think. The second thing is my 6 rules for agents through a market shift. Third thing is teach you how to go get some listings. I want everybody in here to go get 5 new listings in the next 30 days. Let's go. Says the guy that is not going to get 5 listings in the next 30 days. The market right now, there's 2 camps. You guys probably know. I like to call these camps, the one side is the Dave Ramsey camp. Everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right. I went for American Idol one time. The other camp is the Patrick Bet-David camp, is what I'm calling it. Interest rates going to 10%, price is going to crash, it's going to be crazy, prices are going to plummet, it's going to be carnage out there, right? Our 2 camps. I'm kind of in the middle, leaning towards Dave. Never been a big Dave fan, but I'm starting to be through this. I like a lot of stuff he's saying right now because it makes sense, right? Dave's going on data. Patrick's going on assumption. And I'll tell you what both of them are looking at. Patrick is looking at inventory. And he's saying inventory is going to go to the moon. Inventory is going to go to the moon. We're going to have more inventory than we can sell. Interest rates are going to go 10% plus. No one's going to be buying. Everybody's going to try to sell. It's just going to be carnage. That's the data point he's looking at, inventory. All right? Dave, he's looking at demand. He's looking at supply. He's looking at demand. He's looking at houses, new starts. All the data that Alexa showed you guys this morning. Wasn't that amazing? Was that like some eye-opening stuff? Give it up for Alexa for coming up with all that. Dave was an agent back in the 70s. He went through that 1980, 81, 82, 83, all that stuff when the interest rates went up to 18%, all that crazy stuff. Well, guess what? Prices didn't go down during that, they went up. Just because interest rates goes up doesn't mean prices come down. If you look at the chart with prices and interest rates, and you see over the years, there's some times where interest rates went up, went down, prices continued going up. The only time you see prices go down was during that 2008 hiccup. And that was because, of course, it was a real estate mortgage situation, right? So he's got real data he's looking at, and he's saying, guys, and now listen, I'm not convinced in any form or fashion that there's any kind of massive crash coming. I'm just not convinced of that yet. When I see the data that says, okay, I'm going to be like, okay, I think something might happen here. But up to this point, and listen, recession. Are we in a recession? The GDP was down 1% first quarter. We don't know second quarter yet. 1%. It's got to be down 2 quarters in a row to be called an official recession. We'll get the numbers shortly, right? But 1%, that could flop. It could be a positive 1% on the second quarter. It's so close. I don't even know that we're in a recession. Are we in the greatest economy? No, there's a little bit of headwinds, right? But it's nothing major. Now, some big differences in 2008 and now, right? Does anyone feel like this is a 2008 situation? Thank you. Huge differences, right? And the biggest difference to me is the demand department and the inventory department, right? And a lot of other departments. Housing start, a lot of departments. But just the sheer demand. 4 more million millennials. More, not total, but more millennials than there were Generation Xers in 2006, 7, and all that leading up to 2008. 4 more million going into their 30s, prime buying years. That tells me there's going to be a lot of demand. You got people 30 to 40 years old that don't want a house? I don't think so. They want a house. The lending restrictions right now, ridiculous. 40% of homes in the U.S. right now are owned free and clear. No mortgage. Only 10% adjustable rates. Nothing like 2008. The banks did a good job. The pendulum swung so far the other direction, and we were all like, God, why'd you go so far? Right? And the title companies were like, why'd you do that? But now we're sitting here in this position thinking, thank you for doing that and making things so tough to make sure that we're in a better position the next time we have a market swing, right? I think right now with the way that we've had in my market, because I sell primarily condos, we had 20% less transactions, okay? We're up 70% in inventory, okay? Prices are up 30% from last year and 3% month over month. Nationally, prices went up 3% month over month from April to May. The June numbers aren't out yet. Inventory nationally is at 2.6 months of inventory. Okay, you guys realize 5 months is a balanced market between buyers and sellers. It's got to get 5+ months of inventory to enter into buyer market territory. Do you guys realize how strong of a seller's market that we're in right now? It's ridiculously strong. The problem is we've just went through that phase of the market shifting where the sellers are in denial, that they don't want to come down to reality that, well, it's only going up 3% a month instead of 15. Sorry. Let me get you 3% more than what we were getting last month. Can you please be happy? No, I want 15 or I'm not selling. Right? But we're coming out of that phase. We're moving out of that phase. And here's what I think we're going to see. With the fewer transactions, it's not like the demand went away. It's not like people went away. It's not like people who wanted to buy houses disappeared. They're still there. The interest rates went up. They're like, whoa, let me take a step back and figure out what I want to do here. Do I need to get a smaller home? Do I need to just pony up and pay extra? How do I need to handle this? They're trying to figure it out. But the demand is still there. They still want the houses. So in my mind, and this is what happened during the pandemic, right? Do you guys remember that 45-day shutdown, no human-to-human contact, still 80% of the same amount of closings and pending deals? In the middle of that, I did a video. I said, guys, it's still on YouTube. We're about to see the largest, most incredible real estate surge we've ever seen. And what happened? We saw the largest, most incredible real estate surge that we've ever seen. Why did I think that? Because when you shut down the economy and you have so less transactions during that window of time, it only builds up demand. And now we got pent up demand. Now, I didn't think it was going to last 2 years and things were going to go up 400,000. That's crazy. But I think it's what's happening right now on a smaller scale. Less transactions tells me we've got some built up demand sitting there in the wings. They want to do something. And I think this next 6 months are going to be incredible for us. For the people that have been out there working, instead of pulling back, oh, nobody's going to list and nobody's really the interest rates, I'm just going to kind of see what happens. No, you go all in when this happens. When these moments happen, when you build your inventory of relationships during those down moments, that's when you explode when the market rebounds. Last year we had an inventory crash, right? I would say anything that goes down, 50% is a crash. So last year we had an inventory crash. This year we're having a transaction crash, right? Why does it have to be prices that make it a crash when we say it's a crash? We're having a crash in different sectors of the market every year. Prices are only going to adjust to Mother Nature and allow you the opportunity to continue closing deals every day for the rest of your life. Kind of get a hallelujah. All right. My 6 rules for market shifts for real estate agents. Number 1, closings happen every single day, no matter what. So nothing matters. All right? Number 2, there's going to be a 3-month bridge. There's always, once we have that shocking moment in the market where everybody takes a step back and takes a deep breath and says, okay, what am I going to do? It's normally a 3-month process for everybody to process that. And then we enter into our new normal market, where now this is the new normal. During that 3-month period, which we're almost to the end of right now from when interest rates first took the hike, a lot of agents, more agents than clients, but clients and agents, some are going to think it's the end of the world. Totally normal. Don't let it freak you out. Rule number 3, as the market finds a new normalization, it becomes easier to talk to your clients about the market. Why? Because there's data now. Once 3 months goes by, 4 months goes by, 5 months goes by, you've got data to work with to go to your seller and say, hey, this one is not selling and it's priced exactly where you want to sell yours. It's been on the market for 250 days and they've had 2 showings and it's just sitting there. You've got that data to go to them and say, here's what closed. Here's what's selling. Here's days on the market for product exactly like yours. You have the data to go to the seller and say, here. But when it's 1 month old and it just happened, they're like, oh, this is a fluke. I'm going to price it 20% higher. But after 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months of this, they can't deny it at that point. And we're going to see a lot of these overpriced listings that we're getting now. We're going to see those listings, the listings that come out in this next batch over the next 6 months be more reasonably priced. And that's why I think, ladies and gentlemen, is another reason why I think we're going to have an incredible 6 months is because not only have the buyers caught their breath from the interest rate hike, but we're also going to see some really good inventory come on the market. Because sellers know we're kind of where we want to be, where they, a lot of these sellers that have been on the fence, but the crazy part about all the data, when you look at it, prices still doing this. Month over month, 3% nationally. Right? 3% in my market. Prices are still going up. And will continue. Rule number 4, the market shifts really slow. Okay, so imagine this. The interest rates went up, okay, several months ago. Transactions have come down, but all this stuff is happening in slow motion. It's like you can watch it every day and just see what's happening. Prices are still going up right now. It's all happening in slow motion, and we feel like it's just boom, happening all of a sudden. We go, oh God. When really, it's just doing a very slow, mild shift. And we're freaking out about interest rates that are still some of the lowest we've ever seen. And by the way, they've went down. They went up to like 5.9, down to 5.1. They're like 5.5 or something today. It's like all the people that were worried about it going now they're going to hike, and is it going to go up? Sure, everybody believes that. but nobody knows. It was like when they raised the Fed prime 3/4 or whatever it was, like last month or whenever it was, it didn't affect mortgage rates. Everybody's like, oh, they're going to raise it, and then boom, it's going to 6%, it's going to 7%, and it didn't. It stayed at 5.5%. For mortgage rates, it's not directly correlated to the prime Fed. Number 5, as we enter into these shifts, transactions decrease. Transactions are decreasing. I would imagine by the end of the year, we're going to have less transactions this year than last year. Even if we have a great second half and we kind of catch up, I still think we'll be lower. But the more interesting, and again, this is not directly correlated, but a very interesting point that I like to think about is as transactions come down, let's just say, for example, they go down 8%. I believe in that market environment, we're going to see 8%, more than 8% of agents leave the business. I feel like as many transactions as we have that are lower than last year, we'll have more than that percentage of agents leave the business. Again, not directly correlated, but it's something to think about. As we're seeing agents drop like flies right now, like flies. They're running out of the business because they got in the business during the pandemic and they say, well, if I couldn't make it while the market was like crazy, the craziest real estate surge we've ever seen, how am I going to make it when interest rates are going up and there's less transactions? I might as well just not do my CEs and pay my fees and go ahead and keep flipping burgers. It's nuts, actually, right? Because there's enough business for each and every one of you. And number 6 is during a down cycle, and this was just talking about, when we're having less transactions, if you go in harder to create more relationships and build your database up during that time, as the market rebounds, your business explodes like an atomic bomb. This is how I blew up back into the 2008, 9, 10, 11, because I went all in 2008, 9, 10, and 11. 2012 was the first year we saw appreciation. It was doing this. From 2005 to 2011, it did this, prices. 2008 is when I got back in real estate and I went all in. And as the market rebounded, right? So 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, these are years I'm talking about of me making calls 15 hours a day. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the market starts coming back, right? 13, 14. 14, I sold 100 properties. And it was literally because of me going all in during 2008, 9, 10, 11. Because all those relationships I built. See, here's my theory. I call it closing the gap. You're closing the gap on the market, and you're closing the gap on the other agents in your market, okay? If the market is accelerating and it's expanding, you have to grow your business at a faster rate than the market's expanding to acquire more market share. Make sense? If the market's going like this and your business is going like this and it's completely parallel, you can't catch it. It's always moving out further from you. However, as the market's coming down and you're building your business, now you're closing the gap on market share in your market. See, market share is not how many closings you did last year compared to the rest of the market, or how many listings you have, or how many appointments, or whatever everybody wants to tell you, okay? Here's market share. How many people, I prefer property owners, how many people in your market do you have a real relationship with, that you've talked to, that you remarket to, that love you? That's market share. What percentage of the population knows you, knows who you are, what you do, and that you're here to help? What percentage of the population in your market knows who you are and has a great feeling about you? That's market share. Whatever agent has the most of that owns the market, period. And so, in a down market, as the market's retracting, if I'm expanding during a retracting market, I'm expanding my market share, and I'm doing it when a lot of agents are leaving the business. and I'm doing it with a lot of the veterans are laying down and riding the storm out. They're not getting it. They're not creating. They're not building. This is a great opportunity. We're going to see who the future, we're going to see who the champions are in this room over the next 12 to 18 to 24 to 36 to 48 months. We're going to see who really wants it, who wants to be that top producer. Hey, baby girl, you showing me something on the phone? Oh, got a dog? Let's make some noise for Whitley. Right. So, listen, I think regardless of what happens, I think at the end of the day, you guys probably know where I stand, that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for agents. Why? Closings are going to happen every day no matter what. It doesn't matter for investors. Why? Because there's always deals. I'm buying a deal right now, $450,000. I own another one on the same street, commercial. The owner, 2 doors down, big commercial building, saw him the other day, and I said, hey, you know, the guy did die that owned the building. I said, so-and-so died. He said, yeah, I heard about that. And he said, man, they want an arm and a leg for that thing. And I said, yeah, I got it under contract. He said, what are you doing? I said, well, hold on a second here, Jim. I was like, you know, you're in the construction business. You guys build stuff. What's it going to cost to build? $200. It's a 2,000 square foot property. So it's really like 2,100, right? But let's just say 2,000 square foot. Well, that's 400,000 right there to build it. Then I got the lot. What's the lot worth? 150? 200? I said, man, as long as I'm buying properties under replacement cost, right, with rent through the roof, and I can make the numbers work on the cash flow analysis, and I'm getting depreciation, appreciation, cash flow, and it's paying itself off, you better give me that property. I'm buying right now. Replacement costs, inflation, rent, cash flow, it's still there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for sellers. If the market crashes and burns and I have to sell my property, well, number one, I was probably irresponsible in some kind of way. And I'm probably going to have to restructure anyway. But if I'm an investor and it goes down and I got to sell, heck, I'm going to buy it at an even cheaper price. Market's going to be lower. I'm going to trade assets for assets at whatever the market is. It's the thing, guys. When you're trading assets for assets, it doesn't matter where the market is. It's all going to come out in the wash if you're doing it at the same time. For buyers, listen, I mean, I would say, I don't want to sound like a real estate agent or anything, but hey, right now is a good time to buy. And I honestly believe that. I honestly believe that. Okay, let's talk about 5 listings. Do y'all want to get 5 listings or not? I can skip this part. Okay, all right. Not really? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, listen, guys. First off, you have to understand, where does a listing come from? Right? You know, it's kind of like, it's almost like I feel like I'm having a birds and the bees kind of conversation with you right now. Where was listings born? How are listings made? But honestly, when you go to a seller at the end of a transaction, you say, hey, how'd you pick your agent? The number one answer is going to be, I had a friend in the business. I don't care what anybody says.
92.3% of people say that they find their agent online.
Well, they found an agent online and they built a relationship with that agent. They might have found them online. You find, I mean, the way that people connect can be a multitude of different ways. But at the end of the day, if you find an agent online, are you gonna sign a listing with that agent before talking to them? If it's your house, are you gonna sign a listing agreement with an agent that you never talked to, at least on the phone? I mean, I'm gonna meet with them and stuff. I'm gonna do a background check. I'm gonna Well, I hope they don't do background checks on me, but kidding. My record is clean as a whistle. But they picked their agent because they had a friend in the business. So that's the first thing to understand when we're on this journey to figure out how to get listings, because I get so many DMs, right? I'm doing buyers. I got all these buyers. I won't get in the listing side. It's not like this other side, like the dark side or something. It's the same thing. You just talk to people and help them do whatever they're trying to do. But you have to realize that it's who has the most friends. That seller is going to say, okay, and sometimes it's between a couple agents, and you got to go do your listing presentation. You got to win that business over, right? Especially when you're newer in your career. But going back to when you build your database up to the point that you can walk away from calls anymore, that side of the business is euphoria, because 99.9% of the people you do business with during that stage in your career are not interviewing 3 agents. They're calling one agent, the agent that they've already dealt with, you, or the agent that their friend dealt with and said amazing things about, you. They're not calling another agent. 99.9% of the time. You'll still get a couple where you got to fight for it here and there. But most of them are just calling you and saying, hey, this is what I want to do. And you're like, okay, cool. Writing up a contract, showing a property, making an offer, doing a listing. It gets real, real easy. And so what I'm asking of you, just on that same topic, is give me 3 to 5 hard years. Just give me 3 to 5 hard years using the technology to build your database up to the point that you never have to prospect ever again. Hard years. When we're thinking about listings and we know that they're going to pick somebody that they feel like is a friend to them, then we have to think, okay, how do we create friends in the market? The gatekeeper of every transaction is a conversation. What's the first? Does anybody here get Zillow leads? Don't. You can tell me. It's okay. Okay. Does anybody get online leads at all? You guys are killing me, man. Y'all are all making calls, just cold calls, just grinding it out. If you got a Zillow lead, what's the first thing you got to do? Right. If you get a Facebook lead, what do you got to do? If you do an open house and you get a list of people, what are you going to do? If your mom says, hey, Susie wants to buy a house and gives you her number, what are you going to do? You got to call Tyrone. I'm telling you, man. Simon liked me, but he said I wasn't quite ready. So at the end of the day, we got to figure out how to mass produce, right? We got to think quantity. If we want a lot of listings, if we want a really large business, at some point it has to be about volume. Because a lot of you are hiding behind giving great service to 1 or 2 clients, 3 clients, 4 clients. You're hiding behind that and justifying the fact that you're not building a volume of people who know who you are. And you're chalking it up to, well, I'm really giving these people great service. No. You got to learn how to balance between giving people great service but still having time to build your business for your 5-year self. Because if you're just going to be a reactionary agent and just do whatever's in front of you all day long, you're never going to live that dream that you closed your eyes and thought about. You're going to be an average agent for the rest of your career. You're going to make calls till 3 days before you die. I'm just kidding. But you might, because you're not thinking progressively. Be a progressive thinker who executes. Now, we got to put that routine in place. So this is all full circle here. If we want to go out and grab 5 listings in the next 30 days, we have to put a plan in place. And whenever we do our routine, we need to be thinking, okay, this is going to get us where we want to be in 5 years. But not only that, it's going to help us crush it right now, today. See, the way that I operate when I'm putting together my plan and what I go through on my daily basis, everything I do helps me win right now and in 5 years. I'm not doing stuff that's just helping me win today, and I'm not just doing stuff that's going to help me win in 5 years. It's all one activity. If you can find the activities that kill both birds with one stone. So going back, we know conversation is the gatekeeper between you and the transaction. No matter where you get your leads from. Doesn't matter if you got it online or open houses or anywhere. That conversation has to be had before the next step in the process is made, true or false. Now that we understand that, and we think about all the lead generation activities we can do that's just going to lead right back to this conversation. For me, and I'm only going to tell you guys if I had it all do over again and what I teach and how I built my business. I can't tell you that you shouldn't go do social media because I want you to do social media. That's why we're all here right now. And obviously I've been really great at social media, but why don't I use it in my real estate business? Right? Have you ever thought about that? And the answer is because I know that as I'm creating content for social media, the goal is to get on the phone or in person with somebody that sees the social media. And for me, I can just get their contact information for 2 cents a piece and just call them. I don't want a cold call. That's fine. Listen, go build your business on social media. I'm not telling you to go cold call people. What Zero to Diamond is this. It's a set of philosophies. It's not a cold calling program, and it's not a make $1 million a year program. It's a set of philosophies around knowing that transactions happen every day for the rest of your life, no matter what. Around knowing that because of that, business is unlimited for each and every one of you. And because of that, competition doesn't exist whatsoever. And then we need to understand how to communicate with people. When you see me making calls on YouTube, and I'm coaching other agents making calls and stuff like that, if you hear the words that I'm saying and the advice that I'm giving them and how I'm talking to my clients, you'll have this feeling. I want you to understand that the feeling is not, I need to make calls. The feeling is, I got to learn how to communicate with people so that I can articulate who I am to them the best way possible. Because when somebody answers the phone on a cold call that you called someone, and you say, oh, well, they were mean. Well, here's the thing. They didn't answer the phone, I guarantee you, thinking, I'm going to be mean to this person. Because they answered a phone number that they didn't know. So they gave you an opportunity right there to say, hey, I'm here to help you. I'm calling about this. Here's some information. Calling to see if there's something I could do to help you type thing. They're hoping that you bring them value. They're not answering a phone in the middle of the day of a number they don't know, hoping that you're a scammer. They're not hoping to get mad at you. What's happening is they're answering the phone, and just the fact that they answer the phone means that they want something positive there, and then you're nervous, you're not confident self, throws red flags at them. You got to hide behind your intentions that you're there to help them. I have so many Zero to Diamond agents who crush it doing video. A lot of them. They don't do calls at all. They send me a message and say, man, I've sold this many properties this year. 30, 40, 50, 60 because of you. I'm like, oh man, how many calls are you making, bro? And they're like, none. I'm like, well, what are you doing? How is this because of me? They're like, dude, I took everything that you say in Zero to Diamond and I applied it to what I'm doing. It's the philosophies behind it is what takes you to another level. You got to understand this is a communication platform where we're learning how to communicate how we are better instead of what you've been being taught before I came along. You don't want to sell? Well, what if I could do this? Would you sell then? Handling objections, trying to turn the situation into a deal today. That works great on a car lot. Not for a real estate agent. We got to build relationships, lifelong relationships. And I don't care if a prospect wants to buy or sell today or not. I just want to get to know you. And I want you to know who I am. Let's hear everybody laugh really loud. Now, my process is this. I'm trying to talk to 10 people a day. If I'm a broker owner trying to expand my brokerage, I want to talk to 10 agents a day. How do I get into luxury? Talk to 10 luxury owners a day. How do I do commercial? Go talk to 10 commercial owners a day. How do I get to my first deal? Go talk to 10 residential owners every day. That's it. It's really that simple. Create your processes. Now for me, I made 100,000 calls over a 15-year period hand dialing and looking up the numbers one at a time on Bigfoot.com, White Pages, and Spokio. Remember Spokio? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had to put the address in there, and then if that didn't work, I had to add the zip code. If that didn't work, I put their first name. If that didn't work, I put their last name. I had to do like different combinations for each one, hoping I'd hit. Sometimes I wouldn't even hit. Number not there. That's how I looked up phone numbers my entire career. Again, going back to being grateful. You guys have a platform with RedX where you can go click, 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 boom, and get thousands of property owners of any property you want. Any property you want. So here's what I would do. I would make calls all morning, and I would think, volunteer worker, community outreach. I'm working for free today. I'm calling to spread the good word to see what I can do to help you. This is community outreach is what you guys are doing, believe it or not. I got to get a deal right now. Okay, you better reach out to more people to let them know what's going on and what you can do to help. I would make calls all morning, and then guess what? All afternoon, social media. I would crush social media, even though I understand where you're going with this, but the thing is when you combine the weekly email strategy with a little bit of social media and the phone calls, you're deadly. Why? Because you're taking old school and new school and combining them. The problem is the millennials, they want to do just social media, and the old school guys just want to do phone calls. The reason why I've been one of the most dangerous agents out there is because I am good at technology and I'm good at the social media stuff, but I also understand that I need to talk to people, and I'm willing to put in the work to make the calls to talk to the people I need to talk to. Because instead of spending $100 for one Zillow lead or one Boomtown lead or one lead from any of these lead generation sources, I can spend that and get 7,500 property owners of my choice and have out this. Here's the numbers. 2 cents a contact, 10% pickup rate, you're at 20 cents. 1 out of 2 is a great conversation, you're at 40 cents per great conversation. Not a lead that might not call you back. The conversation, 40 cents with the exact person you want to do business with. Last year, they sold you 200, I know nobody here bought Zillow leads or does any of that stuff. But they sold you 200 million leads last year. And there were like 6 million transactions. 200 million leads were sold and 6 million transactions occurred. Right? Yeah, it's a great business. Let's get in the lead generation business. Not. 6 million transactions against 200 million leads that were sold. They're selling you random people in your market's contact information. It's a warm lead, Ricky. You call them, they either don't answer. Sometimes they buy stuff. Some don't answer. Some say, I'm not ready for 6 to 8 months. Right? Now, let's hear some numbers. How many property owners, what percent of property owners do you guys think have been on Zillow or some other syndication platform just looking at real estate in the last 6 to 8 months? 100? 100? 70? A lot, right? Right? Now, let's just say it's 70, 80, 90, whatever it is, couldn't you go out there and just get every property owner's information and call them up and say, hey, it's Ricky. I'm a local real estate agent here in San Antonio. How you doing today? Cool, me too. I'm enjoying the days and the gorgeous look. I don't want to take up too much of your time today, but I saw you looking online at some properties here recently, and I was just calling to follow up with that to see if there's anything in the world I could do for you and help you with that situation. Isn't there about a 70%, 100% chance that they're going to say, yeah, I was looking at this 123 Main Street, and I was like thinking about, man, you're really on top of your game, bro. Right? They're selling you random people in your market's contact information you can get for 2 cents and do the same script. Calm down for a second. Do you guys understand what I just said? Okay. When this is over and we're all going to stand up and look back there and take a picture, and I'm going to take some pictures over there. And but y'all are going to go back there in a single file line and get on that RedX thing, and he's going to get 50% off, and you're going to try it my way for once. And you're going to get that triple dialer. And you're going to call people, and you're going to say, hey, here I am. This is who I am, right? And this is what I do, and I'm here to help. Love on people. Your job is to love on people and build that database. Remarket to them so they never forget how much you love them. Everybody text me at this number. There's a RedX. Let me tell you everything stuff I'm doing for you guys right now for nothing. I'm going through the 60-day challenge. I'm doing a once-a-week Zoom call with everyone. It's open to the public. We're on week 3, Monday at noon. Every Monday at noon through the 60 days. This Monday is week 3. Text me at the number, send you the link. If you're already on my text thing, you'll get it. I'm also doing next Wednesday and Thursday a 2-day RedX boot camp, free, where we're going to do tutorial for an hour. I'm going to make live calls for an hour, screen share on my computer, triple dialing, you hearing me laugh, you hearing me cry, all that stuff. And then Q&A and role playing for 2 days, next Wednesday and Thursday. It's free. You'll get that text to you. Let's see, what else do I got? Nothing, just text me here, right there. All right? Okay, so listen, I want to take a couple questions. But before I do, I just wanted to finish up with the fact that I really hope you got a lot out of this. And the biggest punchline for me is to think progressively and to line up that daily and weekly routine with where you want to be in 5 years and really have that lined up. And I'll help you do it. Reach out to me. I will help you. I'll help you put that together. Oh, also, we have the coaches. You know, I've got about 20 Zero to Diamond certified coaches. Text me this number. There's an application. You can apply for one-on-one coaching. That's there as well. I just want to say I hope you guys got a lot out of this. Think progressively, right? Stay very, very focused on what you're trying to accomplish. When you hit those downs, think about what you have to be grateful for. Because, guys, I'm telling you right now, we're living an amazing, I don't know each of your situations, but we're living an amazing life that we all have a lot to be grateful for. All right? I love you guys. Let's get loud one more time. Take some questions. Yeah. I'll take 2 questions if anybody has one. Otherwise, we'll take some pictures. Yeah, Mike.
My name is Ricky Ray. Nice to meet you, Ricky Caruth. Love your name. Technical question with regards to the utilization of constant contacts.
Yeah.
I'm curious your thoughts on what KV Core with EXP offers with the campaigns comparison. I just spoke with Constant Contacts and I'm like blown away.
I don't really want to say either way, honestly. It's really kind of dealer's choice. There's pros and cons to both, you know what I mean? So I think maybe you can try both and see what you think, you know what I mean? And whatever works best for you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I mean, dude, listen, with your name though, you're not gonna have to worry about much, man. Just
again, Ricky, thank you for coming. San
Thank you,
Antonio
bro.
appreciates you.
Thank you. One more. Anybody else? You get a question? Wait, get the mic.
Coming with the mic. Oh, but
No,
everyone really wants to hear. One sec.
Oh, well, still, I want, no. They want to hear it in the live stream, though.
The live stream wants to hear you.
Terry Martinez, I'm from San Antonio. And I think we just need a let's go, because I haven't heard that all day yet.
A what?
A let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Come on,
Okay,
Ricky,
guys.
you could do it better than that.
Let's go, guys. Hey, all right, if there's no other questions, let's stand up and look back there towards the balcony. And all the speakers come on stage. Let's take a quick pic. And then after this, I'm gonna go over here where you guys know the banner is and take pictures with you
I
guys
think
if
we
you
all
want.
should look at the camera and say, let's go.
Where's the photographer at?
All right, oh, he's up there.
Where is he?
I see him coming.
Oh.
Hey, we got one
There
back there.
he is.
Everybody look up.
Oh, way over there. Here, is that better if I go down like this?
We get on the stage, actually. Me? Yeah, get on the stage. Me? Yeah, back there, yeah.
Here?
All right, everybody squeeze in a little bit.
Squeeze in so you can
in.
see. So
Get
you can
close
see
to
the
the
camera,
stage.
So you can see the camera.
And yeah, like maybe we should. Yeah, look at you guys.
There you go, guys. We don't bite up here.
All right, we're gonna do some pictures. Then we're gonna do a video. This is like a wedding where you shuffle left, go back.
We should lift him up.
The Ricky Shuffle. Squeeze in if you're behind the wall looking at the timer.
All right, 1, 2, 3, let's go. One more time,
All right,
one more
on,
time,
guys.
one more
Hold on,
time, one more
guys.
time.
Hold on, stay where you are. Yeah. I'm gonna do one with my phone too, as soon as he gets done. Like a video. Don't worry, I'll get your good side. All right, hold on, guys. Here, hold on to that. Yeah. All right, when I turn the camera to you, y'all gotta go crazy.
Tell us twice.
Are we gonna get crazy? I have a song.
Okay, you guys ready? What's up, guys? So I'm here with a couple friends in San Antonio. Yeah, well, I hope you guys have a really good day. We had an amazing time here at our Zero to Diamond event in San Antonio. And we'll see you guys
you everyone for coming. See you at the Yard House.